for the new Boston. My name is Travis, and before we get started, well, actually what we're going to do in this tutorial is set up the Java JDK, the Java Developer Kit, basically is what that stands for. And before we get into that, I just want to give you guys kind of a little background of who I am, how Bucky contacted me, and all that stuff. My name's Travis, like I said. I had a YouTube channel called Cornboys Android, and then it caught on pretty quickly. It got a few subscribers and all that great stuff. So I started a new YouTube series under my new username, My Bringback, and basically made those tutorials the same but better quality and better audio and all that good stuff. So anyways, one day I'm chilling at my computer and I get this email from Bucky, and he's like, "Hey man, I really want to teach Android, but I have too much time, or I don't have enough time basically, and I was wondering if you could set up a series for me for my channel, The New Boston." And I'm like, yeah, I could probably do that. I'm pretty busy. He's like, "If you don't, I'm gonna kill your family." And I'm like, "Whoa, Bucky, you don't have to be so mean. Jeez, man." No, just kidding. Bucky's awesome, and I love what he's doing. Give him free education online, and I basically do the same thing with my channel. Not as well. Don't have as many tutorials as Bucky. So basically, that's how I got contacted. Just contacted me through YouTube. So let's get into it. Let's set up the Java JDK. So I want you guys go into Google and type Java JDK. Hit enter. It'll be the first link from the oracle.com website. Hit this Java SE downloads. And then it'll open up a page like this where you have three options: either the standard Java JDK, the Java JDK plus NetBeans, and the Java JDK plus Java EE. Now we aren't going to really worry about the Java EE or NetBeans because we're going to be using Eclipse, so we don't really need a platform to develop within, because we're going to set that up in the next tutorial. So we're just going to use the standard Java JDK. You want to click that and accept the license agreement. Again, you guys, if you want to read this license agreement, go ahead. It's a good read. It's kind of like the Twilight series. There's happy moments or sad moments, and you just get hooked to this agreement license. So if you guys have some free time, check that out. And then all you're going to do is basically decide which JDK you want. Again, if you're running on Linux, you're going to choose one of these, Solaris and Windows. So basically just click your Windows one. Most likely that's what you guys are developing for. And if you guys are on Mac like I am, you won't actually have to download the Java JDK because basically Apple updates that for you automatically, and you won't have to worry about it. But so you can basically skip this tutorial if you guys are running on Mac. Now, just like any other time you download something, you put it in your downloads folder or wherever you guys want to save it and hit OK, and it will download for you. But the problem comes, or the difficult part of the JDK, is setting it up. Now I know Bucky has a video in his Android development, or his Android series, that he's going to start himself, and that'll kind of walk you guys through how to do it if you guys are on Windows. But if not, I want to show you guys another place you can go to get that set up properly. It's just my website, mybringback.com, and then go into the tutorial series right here, and under the Java programming, I know we're doing Android, but it's under the Java programming, the basics. Just click that, and it'll be the first tutorial, or the first little link up here called setting up the JDK on your computer. It kind of gives you just a walkthrough of how to do that. I know this tutorial is pretty lame because I can't actually walk you guys through it, because again, I'm on a Mac, so I won't be able to install the software and follow these instructions. But hopefully you guys can understand everything. I kind of broke it down into bulletin points that are pretty simple for the most part. If you guys still need some help, just leave a comment on this page and I'll check it out and I'll get back to you. But otherwise, just follow along and it'll get set up for you. So thanks again for watching, guys. I know this is the boring stuff, installing the software we're going to need to develop for Android, but soon enough we'll get into the fun stuff, making applications and all that great stuff. So I'll see you guys in the next tutorial. Again, thanks for watching. Have a good one. Or download Eclipse. I'm going to say Eclipse download. And it should be the first link from eclipse.org/downloads. We're going to click on that, and basically what Eclipse is an IDE which will make developing a lot easier for us. It's going to give us some error checking, some shortcuts, just basically some references, so we won't have to remember exactly every line of code that we're going to use for the most part by memory. It's going to be a lot simpler for the most part, and that's how we're going to integrate the SDK as well. So here we go. There's a lot of choices for Eclipse that we can download. What we want is the Eclipse IDE for Java developers, and over here is your platform. It should choose it automatically for you, but just in case, you can click Windows or Mac OS, and we're going to download the 32-bit. Even if you have a 64-bit, we're just going to work with 32-bit for now, so it doesn't, whatever. So click that, and here's your download links. Down here you can choose some other links that you may want to download from. That might go a little bit quicker, or you can just select this this one that they're featuring for the most part. So just click that, and it's a standard download. As you can see right here, I already have it downloaded because it's almost 100 megabytes. I'm actually going to install it for you guys because this computer doesn't have it set up for the most part. So there we go. We install it. I'm going to try and find it, make sure I install it in the right place. Yeah, under my downloads right here. What I'm going to do is now move this whole folder into my hard drive, or for you Windows users, your main hard drive, which is like your C drive. So just move it into that folder, and then we're going to open it up by opening the Eclipse folder and clicking this icon, which basically looks like a croquet ball, or like, I don't know, a third grader's painting or something. So open that up, and that's going to start our Eclipse. Yeah, we know it's from the internet. We're going to show it anyways, or open it anyways, because we're trusting like that. And it's going to start up Eclipse, and here's the workspace that we're going to create. Now basically, I'm using my buddy's computer, which is Jake, but basically we're going to set up a new workspace, and we're also going to do this within our documents for the most part. And what we're going to call this workspace, or we're going to create it by right-clicking or clicking this new folder here and saying the new Boston. Now this is where we're going to again create a workspace, and what a workspace is the way to organize all of our Java classes, all our resources that we want to use, and all that good stuff. So we're going to call that the new Boston. Hit open, and now that's where our documents are. Now we're just going to click OK. And also, for you guys wondering, the Java JDK that we installed last time, most likely Eclipse will still work, even if you guys don't download that, because it's going to have some sort of Java on your computer. But you guys wanted to get the most recent one so we could use it for like Google Maps and signing our project and getting it onto the marketplace, which we'll get into later. But now we have Eclipse set up. We exited out of, sorry, I kind of skipped over that, but there's a welcome screen. It's boring, ugly, and from the 1980s or something. So we exited out of that welcome screen. The X was up here somewhere. So just click that, and then you'll get this, which is basically the layout of Eclipse. And what we're going to do is set up the ADT reference. So what I want you guys to go to, or where I want you guys to go now, is in Google, type in Android ADT. Hit enter, and it'll be this first link from the developerandroid.com page /SDK/Eclipse ADT. Click that, and here's the developer page. It should be on this page. If not, but you guys are on the developer page, you guys can click right here where it says ADT plugin for Eclipse, and scroll down to the point where it says installing the ADT plugin and downloading the ADT plugin. So it gives us a link. What we're going to do is copy this link by Control-C or Command-C, whatever you guys are on, Windows or Mac. And then we're going to copy that link, and what we're going to do now is go back into Eclipse, and under this Windows tab for if you guys are on Windows, it should be under the Windows tab, and right down here there'll be a I'm sorry, I'm sorry. On both Windows and Mac, it's under the Help tab, and it says install new software. So we're going to click that, and we're going to now paste that link right here and hit add. Now we can add a name to this, so we're going to just add a name, so Android ADT, and again you guys can paste the link right here, that's the location link, and hit OK. And it's basically going to get the developer tools for us that we're going to need for Android programming. So that might take a little bit. We're just going to click this, hit next, and our computer will freeze and probably crash. No, I'm just kidding. So there you go. Now we just hit next again. You guys should have 4 things within there as well, and we have to accept this license agreement for all of these as well. So just do that and read through those again, because it's super entertaining, great stuff within these agreements. Just hilarious, the comedy in there. It's, oh man, it's such a great read. So if you guys want to read that, otherwise just hit accept and finish, and it's going to install the software for us. And then I'll catch up with you guys in the next tutorial where we'll, do some more fun installing software. So, but soon enough we'll get into the programming and the actual great stuff that we want to do. But basically that's it for this tutorial. I'll see you guys later. Peace. What's up guys? Welcome to your 3rd Android tutorial for the new Boston. Again with me, Travis, and what we're going to do in this tutorial is something super exciting. We're going to install some more software that we're going to need for developing an Android. So I was hoping you guys were looking forward to that. And what we're going to actually install today is the SDK. So we're going to go into Google again and type Android SDK. And basically the SDK has all these methods that we can use for Android programming, and it'll allow us to basically develop for our emulator and for our phone. So we're going to download that so we can actually do some Android programming. And you click the first link, it's the download section from the Android developer page that we've been to before. This time it's under the Android SDK starter package download. We have some choices here. If you guys want, if you're on Windows, you can do the recommended one. If not, you can also download this. It's pretty simple either way. So pick one of your options. Again, for Mac, just click here, and I've already downloaded it. I think it's like 23 megabytes, so it won't take too long, unless if you guys are on dial-up. And if you are, I'm sorry. But what we're going to do now is basically I'm going to go to the place where I downloaded this. It was within, just look at, okay, it's right here within the downloads tab, and it's a zip file, so you're going to have to extract it. Hopefully you guys have an extractor already. If not, I believe there's WinZip, that's free. Yeah, I don't know all the free ones, but there's definitely some freeware out there to unzip stuff. So I clicked that, and it basically made a folder right here within the same project, or within the same folder or download folder, and you want to drag this over to your main hard drive. For example, your Macintosh hard drive or your C drive if you guys are on Windows. And as you can see, it's right here. What we're going to do now is open this up, and if you guys are on Windows, there will be something called the Android, what is it called? The SDK Manager, I believe. It's called the SDK Manager. There's a little green logo of the Android mascot for the most part, that little alien looking dude. You want to click on that. As for Macintosh, what you guys want to do is go into your tools and click Android right here. Now the first time you click it, it might not do anything, so if it doesn't, just exit out of there and click it one more time. It'll load up some stuff, and it loads up this Android SDK AVD Manager. What we're going to do now is set up kind of the platforms that we want to develop for. So we're going to go into Available Packages, and here's our Android repository. You're going to click that triangle to open it up, because if we download all of them, it's going to take a long time. Even downloading one takes a while. So what we're going to do is download for the Android 2.2 platform, which has an API level of 8. Now basically you guys are probably wondering what these platforms are. Every Android phone is running on some sort of Android operating system, and this is the version of that operating system. Kind of the older phones, maybe like the first the Samsungs that haven't got updated, they're going to be running on like the 1.5. Actually, I'm not even sure if anything's running on 1.5 anymore, but basically you can think of it like that. The older phones have these older platforms, unless if they got the updated software. So if you guys have a certain phone, just check what version it is and you guys can develop for that. Now the API level, again, I'm sorry, just briefly since we're on the platform, the 3 and the 3.1 is Honeycomb, which is, I believe that's what's on their tablet. So if you guys have a tablet, you can develop for that. Now the API levels also are important because when we're developing an Android application, you can use certain methods, like I said, from the SDK, but some of those methods require a certain API level. So if you're developing for the API level 8, you can use all of the APIs up to level 8. But if a method requires an API level of 10, we can't use it. So most phones, I'd say for the most part, have the 2.2 or the 2.1. We're going to develop for the 2.2 platform, and we're going to use some API levels of 8. So you guys want to probably select this one, because if you select one of these lower ones and we use an API level 8 method, it won't work. So just stick with me here, click that, and then also down here we have the third-party add-ons where we can basically download some APIs. We're going to get the one from Google, so when we get into Google Maps we can use the API from Google. And again, we're going to select API level of 8, which will be for the 2.2 platform, and then we're just going to hit install selected. Again, APIs are basically like some resources that we can use when developing our applications. All we have to do is say accept all, install. It's my favorite wrap. Basically, instead of reading Mother Goose to me, I would, when my parents wouldn't read me Mother Goose when they were putting me to bed as a child, they'd just say, accept all, install, what's up gangster? That's the kind of lullabies they'd sing me. So that just is ingrained in my head. That's what you guys want to do when you're installing software. And now this is going to take a while. Sorry, I'm kind of weird. But this is going to take a while to install those platforms and those packages that we can use. So I'm just going to talk briefly of how I'm going to teach and basically some stuff about Android and what we're going to get into for the most part. Now, the way I like to teach, or the way I like to learn for the most part, is I like seeing kind of an overview of how things work. I don't really care for the most part of every detail, but in the beginning at least. So basically what I'm going to do, sorry, I'm trying to gather my thoughts here. What I'm going to do is kind of show you guys some of the basics of Android, but we're going to move kind of fast for the first 20 tutorials so you guys kind of see how everything works. You might not realize everything that's going on, but trust me, you'll learn a lot throughout those tutorials. Not like every detail, but after the 20th tutorial we'll kind of go back and redo some of those things that we've done just a little bit differently and introduce some new stuff so that older stuff makes sense and you guys realize what's going on. I don't know if that description made sense, but that's what we're going to do. We're going to kind of go quickly, and then we're going to backtrack a little bit and cover some of the stuff that we did, and then move forward as well. I won't get into every detail right at the beginning, so if you guys don't like that, I'm sorry, but I will cover every detail just within time. So stick with the series, and it will pay off. I promise you guys, you'll understand Android for the most part after this whole series is done. So just to give you guys an introduction of how I'm going to teach, there it is. And also, Android is so big. There's so many different programming languages you can use with it, but it's mainly, the main programming language is Java. That's basically how we're going to set up our interface, or our navigation, all that stuff. But you can also use C++, you can also use OpenGL, you can use MySQLite, you can what else? XML. We're going to get into XML. That's easy for the most part. But there's so many programming languages. You can use HTML5 as well when you're developing your application. So it's going to be hard covering all those topics and pretty much everything. So I'm just going to stick with... okay, so this got done installing, so we're just going to hit OK. I'm just going to, cover as much as I can within 200 tutorials. And hopefully you guys will be happy with that. If not, you guys can check out my bring back and I'll do some additional tutorials on things that you guys request. So there we go. We have our stuff installed, and now when we say installed packages, we can see some of the options that we downloaded. The other thing we're going to do real quickly is set up the emulator. So we're going to say virtual devices up here and hit new, and we're going to call this one DroidX. Again, this will have to be one word. It can't be two words, just one word. So we're going to have no spaces. And what's our target going to be developing for? We're going to have it developed for the 2.2 platform. And the size is basically a virtual SD card. We're going to say something like 100 megabytes, which is kind of overkill, but we're going to go with it. And then just hit Create AVD Manager. Whoops. And hit OK, and we're done for this tutorial anyways. I'll see you guys in the next one. Have a great day. What's up, guys? Welcome to your 4th Android tutorial for the new Boston, again with me, Travis. And what we're going to do in this tutorial is basically set up a package, set up a project that we're going to work with from here on out. So before we can set up a project, you guys want to go into set up your preferences for the most part and locate the SDK that we downloaded in the last tutorial. Now if you're running on Windows, you want to go up to the Windows tab. That's where I got confused in that other tutorial. And under the Windows tab there should be something called Preferences right down here. But on a Mac computer you want to go under the Eclipse tab, and the Preferences is right here. So you click that, and then you go to this folder called Android that's now located, or now you're welcome. Android SDK, you're welcome. Proceed. Alright, computer's frozen. Awesome. So, okay, no it's not. But okay, so sorry for losing focus there. Go into this Android tab, or just click on the Android, and all sorts of errors are coming up. And now what we want to do is locate the SDK folder that we set up. So we're going to hit Browse, and again I told you guys to set it up in your hard drive so it's pretty easy to find. So just go to your C drive or your main hard drive and look for the Android SDK folder right here. Just click on this folder. You don't want to go into anything in here. Just click on the whole folder, hit open, and it'll load or hit apply, and then it'll load some of our platforms that we downloaded. Again, we downloaded the 2.2 and the Google Maps. So we want to select 2.2 because that's what we're going to start with. Hit apply or hit OK, and now what we can do is right click within our Package Explorer. Now if you guys exited out of this Package Explorer because you're trying to clean up and now you're like, oh crap, we needed that, it's pretty easy to get back. Down in this bottom left corner you click, and right here is Package Explorer, and then we can just drag and drop this into our workspace. And again, right click, go to New, and you'll either have an Android project right here. If not, that's okay. I don't, obviously. So we're going to go to Other, and we're going to go to this Android folder and set up an Android project like that. Now this is the basic setup for setting up a new project. We're going to give it a name. We're going to call it the New Boston. And we also need to select our build target. And our build target is again what platform we're developing for. We're going to develop for the 2.2. And here's some other things that we need to define. Now we have an application name. This is what's going to appear on the user's end when they're scrolling through all their applications. This is the name of our application. So we're going to leave that as the New Boston. If you guys want to change that, that's okay. The package name, basically we want this to be unique because when we put our application on the marketplace, if there's another app that has this package name, you won't be able to upload it. So we're going to make it unique. In generally you want two identifiers, so you can say like t.t, and that'd be two identifiers for the most part. But generally what people do to make sure their application's unique is if they have a website, they do it backwards, like com.thenewboston.travis, and that's just going to be our package name. Hopefully that's unique enough for the marketplace. Again, you need two identifiers, and you do that by hitting the period to create a new identifier for the most part. Now this create activity, this is basically the activity or the class that's going to start when our emulator or when our application launches. So we're going to call this starting point, like that. One word. If you guys have two words, it's going to give you an error and you won't be able to finish. So make sure it's one word. We're going to call this activity starting point. And we're just going to hit finish, and it's going to set up our project for us. As you can see right here, it gives us an error because it's still building the project. It takes a little bit. Alright, so there we go. We have our project set up, and I'm going to kind of define what this project holds and how to add folders to it in the next tutorial. So hopefully you guys followed along and understood how to establish a new project, and I'll catch you guys in the next tutorial. Peace. What's up, guys? Welcome to your 5th Android tutorial for the new Boston. What I'm going to do in this tutorial is kind of give you guys an overview of what this package holds and what everything means. But basically, before we do that, I want you guys to go to the Window tab and then Android SDK AVD Manager. Click on our device and hit Start. And probably you want to scale the size down because a lot of times it's pretty big. So I like to put 6 for the screen size, and that's going to be about 46% of what normally would launch. And hit OK or Start. There we go. Our emulator's started now. Now I'm going to talk through, like I said, basically this package, and we're going to add a couple additional folders for developing for Android. Now the first folder that you guys see is SRC, standing for source, and this is the code of all of our Java that we're going to develop. And here's our package name that we set up, and within our package name here's our Java class called starting point. Now we can add additional Java classes within here, or activities that we're going to use, so that just think of the source as where we're going to keep all of our Java. Anytime we're working with the source, it's going to be Java. Now the gen folder, again you see our package name within there, and within there we have a Java, again, a code called R. And this is basically our resources. We aren't going to do anything with this ever because basically it generates itself automatically. If you open that up, it kind of shows some resources that set up. It's kind of a reference point, and it's nice that Android will basically generate that for us. So make sure you never mess around with that one. And then the Android 2.2, this is where all the magic is. This is where the power is for the most part. This is our platform. Again, you guys can see the jar. There's an Android jar in there, and basically this holds a ton of different packages. A ton of different packages, and within those packages they have classes, and within those classes they have methods. So we can use some methods from this package, these packages as well. So that's a ton of power. As you can see, there's a ton of different packages. I know I said a ton like a ton of times, but yeah, there's a lot in there. Basically just like our package, except they have a lot more classes and a lot more methods within those classes than what we have set up. So basically that's where the Android SDK comes in handy, and we need it because of all the methods. The assets folder we'll get into later within the series. Basically you can keep some resources in there and use the assets decoder for the most part and get those resources. But mainly what we're going to do, or at least start out with, for when we're using resources like images and layouts and all that good stuff, we're going to do that within our resource folder right here. And as you can see, there's 3 drawables. This is where we're going to save some of our images, and this is where we're going to pretty much just our images. As you can see, there's 3 different folders. You're probably wondering, why are there 3 different folders? Well, Android phones, some have a pretty good density or pretty good resolution to them, some don't. So basically what you can do is, if you have an image that you're going to use for a game or an app, basically you can save a high resolution or a high density image within this high density pixel, for the most part, folder, and then you can have that same image, the same name, but of a lower resolution that you guys have set up within like the low resolution drawable, and also that stands for medium. So again, you can have the same name, but if you create 3 different images that have different resolutions, you can save them within the appropriate folder, and then when you reference those images in Java, basically the SDK is going to know which one of those images should be run on the phone for, optimization for the most part. So that's pretty cool, and that's why they have 3 different drawable folders. Now our layout folder, this is going to be our XML basically our layout. This we're going to get into the XML for the most part. If you double click on this main one, it has it set up for us already. This is a main XML called, and all it is hello world starting point. They did define that for us already, and you know, that's basically where we're going to set up our layouts in XML. Now the values tab, basically you can keep values in other references such as strings, and then you can reference those strings within your layouts or within, you know, your Java as well. So again, that's just for values. What we're gonna do quickly, I'm gonna add 2 new folders. We're gonna go right click on a resource folder right there and go new folder, and we're gonna type this or spell this folder RAW for RAR, our RAR folder, and we're also gonna select this package, make sure it's in the right place, and make sure it's the resources, and all lowercase RAR, hit finish, and this is where we're gonna save some sounds for our application. So that's going to be useful. We're also going to create one new folder, and we're going to call this one layout -sign land. Hit OK. Basically, that is going to be for when our phone is tilted on its side. If we want to have an alternative layout, we can put that there. We'll get into that later, but I just wanted you guys to have those folders set up. Now the last thing that we're going to define, or I'm going to kind of describe for the most part, is the Android manifest. This is where everything for the most part comes together. If you guys click on it and go down here on the right side, you can go into the actual XML code. It's a little bit easier for me to explain. Basically, it resources everything that we have, like the version or the API level, the application, and the application icon, which is set to a default that they imported for us, as you can see within the drawable folder. Our application name that we set up when we created our project, our starting point class, our activity for the most part. That's the activity bracket. So this is for one activity called starting point. That is within our application. Basically, and if you go over here, this activity is our launcher item, so when our activity starts, it's going to look for the launcher item and start this activity starting point. So basically, the manifest pulls everything together and adds your resources for all your different activities, and you can set up some sweet stuff within here as well. Now if your application needs to access the internet, or you know, you want to pull some data from a text message that someone gets, and then you post it on their Facebook wall without them knowing. Basically, you're going to use permissions. You need to get permissions, like I want to use the permission of the internet. And you would define those permissions within the manifest, and then when someone downloads your application off the marketplace, they're going to see which permissions your app needs, such as, oh, it needs the internet, oh, it needs you know, a receiver of some sort, oh, it needs to access my camera, what is this application doing? Basically, they're going to see that, and then if they want to download it, they can, but that's basically the only place that they're going to see what permissions we're going to use. We're going to do that within the XML, or within the manifest. So basically, that's kind of an overview. Only other thing I want you guys to do real quick is just right click on your whole package, go to run as Android application, and that's going to load up on our emulator. Again, what's going to happen, I'm just going to briefly talk through everything that's happening. As it's loading, or it's installing onto our emulator, it's looking for the launcher item, like I said, within the manifest. Then it calls this starting point class, and then it will call this starting point class that we set up right here, which is an activity class, and within the activity it sets the content view to r.layout.main. I know this is a quick overview, but r.layout.main, which R stands for a resource folder, then our layout folder, and then our main XML again, which looks like this. So it's going to set the content view to that, and that's basically kind of a quick overview of how the activity works for the most part, and I'll catch you guys in the next tutorial. What's up, guys? Welcome to your 6th Android tutorial for the new Boston. Again with me, Travis. And what we're going to do in this tutorial is install some new software that we can use for I'm just kidding. We're getting into the XML and XML programming, so we can set up some custom views and some custom layouts. So I want you guys to open up your layout folder and click on this main XML, and you guys will get something like this. Now you can switch between the graphical layout, which is this, and the coding, which is this, by these two tabs down here, graphical layout and main.xml. Basically all I'm going to do in this tutorial is describe what's going on and teach you guys a little bit about XML. It's pretty simple language for the most part, but you know, it might be confusing right at the beginning. You guys will pick this up quickly, I'm almost positive. Now the first line of code you see isn't that important, because anytime we set up a new layout, it's going to give us this code as well. I mean, it is important, but you guys won't have to remember typing this out every time, because it's going to define it for us. And basically you need to have that as your first line of code for the most part. And then what we do is we set up a linear layout, which starts here and gives some attributes to the linear layout, and it ends here. Basically what a linear layout is going to do is it's going to hold some other items, such as a text, and it's going to kind of define basically the layout of those items to a sense. So it's going to kind of categorize them and do all that stuff. Let's see here. Oh, got a new whatever. Alright, so what we're going to do is basically kind of define this linear layout, and or I'm going to describe everything that's going on within the attributes of this linear layout. Now we have this reference basically, and that's all it is. You guys don't, again, you don't have to really remember that, because when we set up a new layout, Eclipse will set up this reference for us. So that's nice. Nice and pretty for new programmers, where you guys don't have to remember the actual file path and type that out each time. And then the next thing that we have is the orientation of our linear layout, which is set to vertical. I was messing around with it, and just so that's why it's changed. And basically what that is going to do is it's going to set all the items within the linear layout vertically. So for example, if we copy this text view, or this text for the most part, and paste it twice, since I cut it instead of copied it. So now we have two text, and we go into a graphical layout. They're placed vertically from top to bottom. That's just how our layout is going to work. Again, we can also set this horizontally, as well as you guys just saw. So I'm going to do that real quickly by typing horizontal and hit save, go to graphical layout, and man, I messed this up. Alright, but you guys should have fill parent. Again, I was playing around with this as well, but just kind of wanted to show you guys what is going on, so that's why I'm doing it this way. Save that, and then we go into a graphical layout, and you're like, where's that other text view? And basically what's happening is being pushed off the screen right here. And I'll explain why that's happening in a second. As you guys just saw, I kind of changed the code, but that's how you guys should have yours set up, because you wouldn't have that changed code. So basically now we're also adding two more attributes to this layout. Basically we're setting the parameters of how big this layout is. And what the parameters are, well, the width is going to fill the parent, so it's going to take everything that's available for the width, so the whole screen's width for the most part. And same with the height, it's going to take all the height that is available to it, and it's going to set that as its basically that's its attributes, or its parameters for the most part. So there you go, you have your linear layout set up, taking the whole screen and set to a horizontal orientation. Now within here we have our text view, which is basically just the text, and again pretty much the same line of codes for these first two. Layout width, we have that fill parent, and as you saw, I changed this to something like wrap content is the other option you can do. And basically this is going to wrap the content of the text, whatever text we have available. So then now if we switch to graphical layout, you can see the pretty much the parameters of this text view is wrapping the content of the text. So those are your two options for the most part that you can use. You can also use, you know, pixels if you want, and we'll get into that later, but basically I want you guys to remember fill parent and wrap content. And same with the height, it's wrapping the content. Now the text says @string hello, and you're like, no it doesn't, it says hello world starting point. Now basically what's happening is this is using a reference. Anytime you see an at within the XML, it's using a reference. So it's referencing the string hello, and that string is located within our values. So we have this values and we have this string. So we're going to say strings, and there's a string called hello. So it's using this reference, and then this is the name of the reference, but it's displaying the value of the reference. So for example, we can set up a new string by clicking add string, and then we can set up a name called ref for reference and say this is a reference, and save it, and then go back into our XML, and we can also just do something like at string ref, and then we go over into our graphical layout. It says this is a reference, just that new string we set up. The alternative is you can also just type. So you can just type whatever you want without using the at symbol, as long as it's within quotations, and there you go. You can just display your type. Now the good thing about the references or for strings is basically if you're working for a boss that keeps changing his mind on the title of whatever the application or whatever, if you guys have a title within your app, keeps changing the name, instead of looking through all this code for where you typed the title, you can just refer or set up a title, a reference, and then just go into your string under the values and look for that title and change the value there. So that's kind of the benefit, but hopefully you guys understand a little bit about the layout. Oh, one other thing. There's two ways to kind of close your statements. You can see them both here. Basically, we're setting up our linear layout here, and it's closing down here. Now, basically, anytime you see a forward slash, that's when it's closing. So, example, you can use for, I just kind of set up two different text views and their closing statements. So we have our text view, and we set up some attributes, and then we use the less than sign, and then we use a greater than sign forward slash text view, and then less than sign to close it. Or if you don't want to type this out every time, you can just do forward slash less than sign for your text. So there you guys go. Quick overview for XML. I'll catch you guys in the next tutorial. Thanks for watching. What's up, guys? Welcome to your 7th Android tutorial for the new Boston. What we're going to do in this tutorial is basically set up our linear layout for our first application that we're going to build. It's not going to be too pretty or too complex, but it'll get you guys familiar with the XML again. So what we're going to do is we're going to delete this text view, the second text view, and basically what this application is going to be is adding and subtracting to a number according to which button is pressed. So we're going to add some buttons, and we're going to also change some other things within this text view. Now the first thing I want you guys to do is change our linear layout back to vertical, just because horizontal freaks me out. So there we go. And now what we want is, oh, there's no title from the last tutorial. We're going to change our text to something like your total is, and then 0. Something like that. And then save it, and we're going to check that out. That looks pretty good, but that text is pretty small. So let's see what we can do about that. Again, within our text setup part, we can say Android, if you spell it right, and then colon, and you can see some of the methods that we can use. There's quite a few for a text view. And there's one called text size, so we're going to select that one. And what you can do is set up like 45 pixels, and it's a little bit bigger. So that's cool, but the thing is, we don't want to use pixels because like I said before, different Android phones have different resolution for their screen, and some have a pretty high resolution, which will make 45 pixels really small. So we're going to kind of use a ratio by using the density pixels. So this is going to keep it kind of consistent. DP for density pixels. That's going to keep it kind of consistent for all the devices that we're going to be working with, because it's going to be sized according to the density. Now, as you can see, it's big text. Looks pretty nice, but now what we want to do is kind of center this text. So we can say, let's see if we have any methods for that we can do, or actually this one's not very self-explanatory unless you guys do other programming. We're going to say Android layout gravity. And again, another nice thing about Eclipse is if you guys forget what you want to set this equal to, you can just delete that and hit equal, and it'll pull up some choices for you, such as center. So we're going to click center, and then check that out. So it centers our layout, or centers our text view. And since our text view wraps the content, it's basically gonna center our text as well. But let's say our text is fill parent, or text width, I should say. I'm sorry, fill parent, and let's see how that looks. As you can see, what it's doing is it's centering basically our parameters, or our size of our layout for the text view. And since the text view takes up the whole screen, it's not really centering the text, because all the center method does is center that layout, or the gravity of the layout. So now what we can do is actually just center the text within whatever our text size is. So we can also do a method called, and this is just to show you guys some more methods. You could have just done the wrap content and the layout gravity equal the center, but you can also do Android gravity instead of layout gravity and set that equal to center as well, and that will center our text within whatever our width and height is that we set for a text view. So there you go. Just kind of give you guys an idea of some methods that you can use on a text view. The other thing we want for application is basically to add 2 buttons to it. So how we're going to add a button? Well, it's actually pretty simple. Again, thanks to Eclipse, we can hit the greater than sign, and it gives us a lot of choices that we can choose from, such as a text view. But we're going to look for one called a button. Pretty awesome. It's right there. Now we need to set up what this button is going to do. So we're just going to say Android layout width, and we're going to say something like you can also do 250 dp for density pixels, and Android layout height, we're going to have it wrap the context. So hopefully you guys are kind of getting familiar with XML, even though it's brand new to you, to a lot of you guys. But at least I hope you know what's going on here for the most part, even though we just started with this. So we're just setting up some ID or some stuff for the button, and again we're going to set a text for the button. We're going to say add one. So let's see how that looks. And I don't really like using that type of method, so I'm just going to hit it or close it like that. So that looks kind of strange, not exactly what we want, because the height, I'm sorry, that was supposed to be wrap content. Again, this will just wrap the content of our text. So let's check that out. Looks pretty good. We might want to center it as well, so we're just going to say Android layout gravity equals center. And also we might want to change the text size up, just to kind of get you guys familiar with the methods that we have used so far. We're probably going to change this one to like maybe 20 dp. See how that looks. Looks pretty good. And now what we're going to do is copy this button and paste it down there, again within our linear layout, and all we're going to do is say subtract one. Sorry if I'm going fast. I mean, hopefully you guys pick up on this. For the most part, XML is pretty easy, and once you guys start with it and work with it a little bit, you'll be like, why did I ever struggle with that? Because it's pretty simple and it's not too bad. But basically you guys can copy this code. I'll leave the screen right here. But the only other thing we need to do is we need to have a reference, because when we start working in Java, that's where we're going to let these buttons and this text view actually do something. So we need to set up a reference so we can refer to it in Java instead of XML. So what we're going to do is set up something called an ID. We're going to set this equal to, within quotations, @ plus ID, basically saying we're setting up an ID, because when I told you the @ means a reference of some sort, we're setting up a reference. That's why we have the plus, @ plus ID, and then we're going to set this to TV for text view, and we're going to call this one display, because this is the one that's being displayed, or the only text view for the most part. Then we're also going to set up a couple references for each button, so I'm going to just copy this and paste it within our button and change it to button or B, and then we're going to call this one B add, button add, and then we're going to set up a reference for the subtract as well. This is just something I like to do so I know it's a button. So B sub for B subtract. And there we go. We basically have our linear layout set up for our first little application we built. And hopefully you guys kind of understand XML a little bit better now. And I'll catch you guys in the next tutorial. What's up, guys? Welcome to your 8th Android tutorial with me, Travis, for the new Boston. What we're going to do in this tutorial is basically use some of those IDs that we set up in XML and get them into Java and set up some variables pretty much. But the first thing I want you guys to realize is in XML, basically all of these things are considered as views. That's why we saw this text was called text view. Button even is from the view class. Basically all these things are from the view class. You can pretty much think of it like that. And they all are pretty much considered views. Now that'll make sense when we get into Java. So let's open up our starting point Java class within our package under our source folder. And if you guys have no programming background, that's pretty much fine. We'll get into the Java as we go, but the first thing I want you guys to do is go right below this line. And like I said, I'm not right now I'm not going to explain too much about what this is and how Java works. But basically what this is this is our class, and the ending bracket is right here. And within our class we have a method called onCreate. So that's all you guys need to know for right now. Don't look into it too much. For the most part, you see like the public, the class, you're like, whoa, what's going on? Void, but don't worry about it. What we're going to set up is just basically some variables. So the first variable we're going to set up is going to be an integer. It's going to be our counter item, basically a number, and we're going to keep track of our total. So basically, when you're programming, that is called an integer. An integer is a whole number, like a 1, 2, 3, 4, a -1, such as that. And to define your variable, basically you tell, you give it a type, what type you want, which would be an integer, and then you give it a name. So what we're going to do is type int, which stands for integer, again as for a number, and we're going to call this integer counter. That's just the variable, that's the name that we're giving the variable. We aren't setting it equal to anything, but we're just setting up our variables. Now we're going to define a button as well, because we have two buttons, an add button and a subtract button, and so we're going to say button add. And again, I hope you guys noticed that I put a semicolon after both of these lines. That's kind of standard in Java. After each line you want to put a semicolon. And we're getting an error for a button. So basically what I want you guys to do is hover over the button, and you can see we need to import the button, which basically is a class from the Android.widget packet. Again, under this 2.2, there's a package called Android.widget. So that's where the button's located, and so we can use some of the methods. We need to import it. The import comes up here, right here, Android.widget.button. So now we can use the methods from the button class. So there we go. We set up a button variable. Again, it doesn't mean anything. We just set up this variable called add, which is a button. Now we can set up another button called subtract down here as well, but when you want to define more than one button, you can also just hit a comma sub for subtract, or for a second button. So now we have two button variables, an add button and a subtract button. Again, they don't mean anything. And the last thing we need to do is set up our text view. So we're going to say text view, and we're going to call this one display. And again, you guys can name these whatever you want. This is just the names that I'm using. But we do have to use this type, which is the text view. Again, we have to import it so we can use some of the methods from the text view class. So we have our variables set up, and now we want to connect them to the XML. So what we're going to do is go within this onCreate bracket below the set content view, and again that will be this bracket right here. So that way we know we're within our onCreate method. And we're going to set our counter equal to 0, starting out with. So it's pretty simple, just counter equals 0 and then semicolon. And now that's set up our variable counter to 0. And again, this variable is an integer. And our program's going to know that now, that we're working with a number for the most part. And now we also need to set up what our add button is equal to. And to do this, it might be kind of confusing, jumping right into setting up references right away, but don't make it confusing, and we'll get into this in more detail later, but just within parentheses put button, basically meaning that we're going to use this as a button, and we're going to say find view by ID, just like that. Find view is capitalized, by is capitalized, and ID is I is capitalized. So basically, we're finding the view by the ID, and again, all those things are views. The button's a view, text view is a view, and we're going to find that view by the ID of that view. So we're going to put within parentheses r dot ID dot, and then we have our IDs that we set up in the XML in the last tutorial. Since we're setting up our add button in Java, we're going to say button add, and then we just have to hit a semicolon at the end of this, and we basically set up our ID. Now to set up again, or we basically set up the connection between XML and Java. So it's pretty simple for the most part. We're also going to do sub equals pretty much the same thing, just for repetition's sake, but find view by ID, and we're going to use a different ID because we need to reference the ID of the sub button. So that's going to be button sub, and then just a semicolon, and we also need to set up our text view. So we're going to say display, which is again a text view type variable. We're going to set that equal to, within parentheses, text view, and find view by ID. You guys will get pretty familiar with the find view by ID method, but as for now, I know I'm going fast and I'm not really explaining too much, but hopefully you guys kind of pick up on something. Again, we'll go back over some of this stuff so it's a lot clearer, or a lot more clear I should say, but basically now we set up what our variables are equal to in XML, so when the person touches one of those buttons, we know that it was touched for the most part. So thanks again for watching, guys. I know we went through this quickly and I didn't really explain any of the Java, or even what why it's in parentheses like this, or what this method is, but hopefully you guys picked up something, and trust me, you'll understand everything as you go throughout the series. Have a good one, guys. What's going on, everybody? Welcome to your 9th Android tutorial for the new Boston. What we're going to do in this tutorial is set up our buttons and basically use a method that's going to make the buttons do something when we click the button. So we're going to just set that up. We aren't actually going to define what the button does when it clicks, but if you guys are brand new to programming, this again will be probably pretty confusing for the most part, but I'm going to try and break it down a little bit, and then we'll review it later on down the road. But I just want to show you guys how to set this up. Now what we've done, we set up two variables called add and subtract. They're both the type button, so they're button variables. And then we set up a reference to the XML again by the find view by ID method. Now also within this onCreate method, so it'll be the second bracket up within there, this is where we're going to set up our onClick listener. So basically a button needs to set up an onClick listener, and within the parameter, or basically what that's looking for is a onClick listener, and the onClick listener is going to use the method onClick. I know it's kind of confusing, but I just want to kind of talk about it, or tell you guys what it does, or what it's looking for the most part before we get into it. So again, like I said, since we imported the button class from the package of the 2.2 Android platform, we can use some of the methods from the button class. So how we use a method is we use our variable name, such as add, which again is a button, we hit period or dot, and then we have all these methods we can choose from. And there's one called set onClick listener. So this is where we're going to set our onClick listener. As you can see, it takes in an onClick listener within its parameters. So we're going to set that up. Now we don't have an onClick listener yet, so we're going to set up a new one. And you do that by saying new, and it comes from the view class, so we're going to say new view.onClick listener. And again, Eclipse helps you out. So it's going to be this first choice, view.onClick listener, and it's a method, so that's why there's parentheses right there. We're going to click that, and when you click that, it's going to set up the onClick method as well. So that's what's really nice about Eclipse, and it sets up this onClick method. So when our button's clicked, it's going to do what's ever within these brackets right here. Now before we get into anything else, I want you guys to use a semicolon and finish off that statement right there, because again, just think of this as one line of code. For the most part, this whole line is basically one line of code, and so you got to finish it off with a semicolon. Now that probably looks really confusing to brand new programmers, and you're like, what is all this junk? Trust me guys, the more you use buttons, the more this will become familiar. I just wanted you guys to get a layout like this so you get kind of familiar with that. Basically, again, a button needs an on-click listener, so we have to set the on-click listener. So we set it by using the method set on-click listener, and that takes an on-click listener within its parameters. Well, I'm saying that a lot, so it's probably confusing you guys. But since we didn't have one, we had to set up a new one right here, and we kind of defined it by, or there's an on-click method that we can use, and again, this is where we're going to actually make our button do something. So there we go, we set up our button, our on-click listener for our button add. So we're just going to copy that and paste it down below, and change the add to our other button that we set up, sub. So they both have an on-click listener set up, and then you can hit Control or Command Shift F depending if you're on Mac or Windows, and it kind of formats it for you. So there you guys go. I mean, that's all this tutorial is. I know it's probably not of much help, because especially for you guys, you new guys, because it looks so complicated, and it really does for the most part if you guys are new, but you guys will get familiar with this, especially as we go on throughout the series. I'll kind of explain, give you guys some more detail. I just don't want to throw on all the information at once. But there you go. That's basically all this tutorial is. Again, thanks for watching, guys, and I hope to see you guys in the next tutorial. We're actually going to make these buttons do something. So I'll catch you guys then. Have a good one. Grandma, I can't play rugby right now. I gotta make these tutorials. We'll play afterwards. Just get out of my room. What's up, guys? Welcome to your 10th Android tutorial for the new boss. And again, my name's Travis. What we're going to do in this tutorial is basically finish up our Java class, get our application running for the most part, and, you know, let's just hop right into it. Let's do a quick overview of what we want our application to do. Basically, we're going to have this text view change according to whatever our counter variable is. And our counter variable is going to be added to or subtracted by 1, whether the sub button is clicked or the add button is clicked. So let's set up our whatever is within our onClick for add button. So we're going to do that within this onClick method, again, these two brackets. And when our application starts, our counter starts at 0. So what we want to do is when the add button is clicked, we want to add 1 to this counter object, or this counter variable for the most part. So what we're going to say is we're going to say counter, and we're going to set this equal to, and you can do this a few different ways. You can say counter plus 1, which is a bad way to program. But basically what this is saying is whatever our counter variable is, which is 0, we're going to add 1 to it, and then that's what our counter variable is now going to equal. It's kind of confusing, especially if you guys are huge into math. You're like, what is this? That's impossible. So yeah, we're going to do it a different way. You can also say plus equals 1 like that, and that will just add 1 to the counter variable. Or you can also, you know, this is beneficial for doing, like, you know, if you wanted to add 10, add 10 to the counter integer variable. But also we can do, if we're just going to add it by 1, which we are, we can use plus plus. So basically that's going to add 1 to our counter variable. And again, counter starts at 0, so every time the add button is clicked, it's going to add 1 to the counter variable. So let's develop or go into our onClick for the sub and do the same thing except subtract. So we're going to say counter minus minus, and that's going to subtract by 1. Alright, the only other thing we need to do is we need to change the display. Again, we have a text view called display, and it has the reference for basically that text within our XML. So we want to change that. What we can do is we can, again, since we imported the TextView class within Java, we can use some of those methods from the TextView class on our TextView. So what we're going to do is just type out our variable name, which was display, and we're going to hit dot. And again, you can use all these methods. And there's a method called setText that we're going to use, and that's going to change the text, or basically set whatever the text is going to be. I wasn't going to scroll to it, but okay, so that's what we're going to use. We're just going to click this, and within here we can do something like your total is space, and then end your quotations, and then hit the plus symbol and put counter. And basically that's going to convert counter into, you can think of it as a string. Again, strings are for words and such like that. So basically it's going to say your total is plus whatever the value of our counter is. So that's pretty neat, and that's what we're going to use. So now that's going to change the text, or set the text of our display that we have set up. Hopefully that made sense. I know I'm kind of going quick through this as well, but you know, that's how it's going to work. That's how our application is going to work. It's going to set the text to quotations, your total is space, and then whatever our int variable called counter is equal to. Now I just want to quickly just say, if you guys try it like this just to get the number, it's not going to work. I mean, the set text won't work like that. You need to have some quotations in there, and then like a plus like that. So just make sure you guys are doing the actual the way that this way, with some text in there and quotations plus whatever our variable counter is. So let's run the application real quick and make sure it works. I'm going to save it and run it quickly. Again, I had the emulator pulled up. Oh, okay, yeah, never mind. Alright, so here's our activity. Let's test it out. So if we click the add one button, it's going to add one to our counter object, and then it's going to reset this whole text each time. Our subtract works as well. So you know, we can sell this application to your little brother for like $10,000, and we're pretty much done. I mean, if we make $10,000 off this app by selling it to your little brother, we are golden. Alright, well, hopefully you guys kind of understood that tutorial for the most part. Again, I know it's probably foggy and we're jumping into stuff pretty quickly, but trust me, we're going to go back and kind of cover some of the stuff you guys don't understand. But thanks again for watching. I'll catch you guys in the next tutorial. What's up, guys? Welcome to your 10th Android tutorial. No, 11th. My bad. 11th Android tutorial for the new Boston. Again with me, Travis. What we're going to do in this tutorial is basically set up some resources, and then set up a background image for our splash screen that we're going to create. And basically I want you guys to, you know, create some sort of background image, and it doesn't have to be perfect, like the dimensions. I'm not positive exactly which dimensions you guys will want to use. What I used for this image, I believe, was 400 by 600, and then just create something simple. It doesn't have to be beautiful or anything. Obviously this one's pretty sketchy. I just copied this off the New Boston website and then put a black background for the most part. And then make sure when you save it, it's all lowercase, and save it as like a PNG. So again, make sure the name is all lowercase. And then also you guys want to create maybe a sound that you might want to put in for our application, because we're going to add a sound as well. Make that MP3. Again, make sure everything's lowercase. Otherwise you're going to get some problems. So I created both a sound and just a quick wallpaper. And what we're going to do is basically put those in the right place that we're going to need, so we can use them in Java and XML and all that good stuff. So I'm going to open up my Finder, or basically, you know, my computer or whatever. And within here, I saved it again, the project or workspace, under Documents, and I called it the New Boston. And then we set up our project called the New Boston as well. And then we have a resource folder, and here's our drawable. That's where we're going to drag and drop this image into, our drawable high def, or basically high density per inch folder. And that's good. You know, you can do 3 different resolutions if you guys want. I'm lazy, so I'm not going to. The other thing we want to do is do our splash in or our sound into our RAR folder. And again, if you guys don't have a RAR folder, you want to set that up. Not too difficult. And there we go. We basically added resources to our project now. And again, you guys might have wanted to just drag and drop them into this actual folder. I believe that won't work. I don't think that will work. You guys actually want to go into where your workspace was located and where your project was set up and save them there. So there you go. We added resources. If you look, they aren't added yet. What we need to do is go up to Project, the Project tab, and go to Clean. That'll kind of clean our project out a little bit. Update everything and rebuild it. There we go. We have our splash background and our splash sound. Now what we want to do is set up a new layout that's just going to have this image that we imported as the background for our splash activity. Basically what a splash activity is, it just appears for 5 seconds, tells the people your name, plays a little music, and it's over. So it's not all that important, but we want to make our app too legit to quit, if you know what I'm talking about. So what we're going to do is right click on this layout here and then go to Other, and then under this Android folder again we're going to click Android XML to set up a new layout. We hit next, and then we have to label our layout, and we're going to label this splash. And you also have to put .xml and make sure it has the layout tab. It should, and we're good to go. We're just going to hit finish. And there we go. We have a blank slate to work with. We're just going to do one thing, real simple. Again, we're just going into the code section. We're just going to set up this linear layout, have the background image be that resource we just added. And you guys are probably wondering, what's this match parent? Basically, it's pretty much the same thing as fill parent in this case, so you won't have to worry about it. I mean, we can change that to fill parent if you want. So basically it's going to take up the whole screen, and then we want to use the Android code called background. I wasn't completely positive, but anyways, it's called background. And then how we reference it, we're going to say @drawable. Well, let's just do it this way. Hit equals, and then @drawable / and then our actual image name. Again, you guys might, if you guys didn't label these properly, if you had like a uppercase letter, it's gonna mess up your project. Then you're gonna get all confused. So make sure those are lowercase, and then clean your project again. So then we're gonna say @drawable and then splash undercase background is what I labeled my background image as. And if you put the PNG or the extension, you're going to get an error as well. So you don't want to put the extension on when you're referencing your your drawable folder. Now we're just going to save it and check it out. Looks pretty fantastic if you ask me. So that's a quick tutorial, basically how to set up a new layout and use the background function from the Android, and also get some resources in our project. So thanks again for watching, and I'll catch you guys in the next tutorial. Have a good one. What's up, guys? Welcome to your 12th Android tutorial. What we're going to do in this tutorial is set up our own activity from scratch. Homemade Java is what we're going to be doing. We're going to set up a Java class, so we're going to go up to our source folder and right click and go to new, new class right here. Hit OK, and we're going to call this Splash with the capital S. And again, I should just tell you this, because since we're working with Java, it's basically good grammar for your class names to start with the uppercase letter. I didn't do that with the starting point, that our other class that we have called starting point, but general rule of thumb, you want to have it uppercase. Not a huge deal, but you know, whatever. And then we're gonna hit finish. Got our class started. And now as we're just also going to open our starting point class as a reference. You guys can kind of see what we need to set up here. Now, right now it's just a Java class. It's not an activity. And Android uses activities. They're basically like different tabs. For example, this is a tab, and then this is a tab. Think of this as an activity for the most part. And then we can open up this activity, and it'll put that previous activity behind it. And then if we hit the back button on our phone, it opens this activity. I don't know if that made sense, but they're basically like different windows or different tabs. That's what an activity is. So we want our splash to be an activity. So what we're going to say is extends activity. And what extends means is that we're extending the activity class. So we have to import this activity class, which comes from the android.app package, again from the SDK for the most part. So we're going to import that. And what extends means is since we're using or extending this activity class, we can use some of the methods from within that activity class. Now let's go back to the starting point, and we notice that we have this method called onCreate. So we're going to add that real quickly by right-clicking within the brackets, going down to the source, and then going to override implement methods. Click that, and as you can see, here's our activity class that we're extending, and we can use all these methods from within that activity class. There's a method called onCreate, which you guys saw in our starting point activity. So we're going to click this and make sure it's the one that takes a bundle within its parameters. Click OK, and we have our activity for the most part set up, at least our onCreate method set up. And now basically I kind of want to quickly talk on the Java, just kind of give you guys a little bit better understanding of what's going on. Public, just think of that meaning that it's accessible by other classes or other, for the most part, other classes. If it was private, for the most part, it wouldn't be able to be accessed by those other classes. And again, we're setting up a class. Again, that might be a confusing word for new Java programmers, but basically a class defines certain things. I'll get into that explanation later as we go. Just know that this is a class, what we're setting up. All these are classes over here under our package, and we're extending the activity class so we can use this method called onCreate. Now anytime you guys see void, that basically means that it's going to be a method. We're using a method. So when you see void, just think of a method for the most part. And this method is called onCreate, and what it takes within its parameters is a bundle. So this is just like a variable we set up. So we could change this bundle to something like Travis loves bacon. Again, we're just renaming the variable, and then we're sending that variable to the superclass for the most part, and giving it some data. So we need to change our variable down here to Travis love bacon. I guess it's supposed to be Travis loves bacon, but it's just Travis love bacon. That's my middle name and my last name, love bacon. But there we go. So basically we're sending this bundle into our superclass. You guys don't really need to worry about what super is, since again it sets it up for you, but as you guys get into Java, you'll realize what that is actually doing. It's using the method onCreate. Just don't worry about that. Okay, now the other thing that we want to do for this activity is set up the content view. This is how we're going to let this activity have the background of our layout that we just set up called splash. So to do that, we use the method called setContentView, and within the parameters we're going to reference that splash layout by going r.layout.splash, and then we just need our semicolon, and we're good to go. Basically our activity will load up that new splash, and I'll show you guys how we can basically well, just watch the next tutorial where we're going to get into the Android manifest. Again, thanks guys for watching. Hope you have a good one. Hope that somewhat made sense, and catch you then. Peace. What's up, my gangsters? Welcome to your 13th Android tutorial, again with me, Travis, for the New Boston. What we're going to do in this tutorial is basically work with the Android manifest to get the splash activity to launch first. Now, if we run an activity or application right now, it's just going to show this activity that we created a few tutorials ago, and it's not even going to recognize our splash activity, and our splash activity is going to get super depressed if he never gets recognized. So we're going to hook him up in the Android manifest. So I want you guys to open that up, and if it looks like this, I want you to go over to this right tab where we go into the actual XML code, and as you can see, here's our application bracket, and within our application bracket we have the activity bracket, and this basically defines our activity and gives it some action names within an intent filter. You guys probably don't even care, or you don't even really need to know what an intent filter is for the moment. But basically, it adds some reference points and some, stuff to it for the most part. So what we're going to do is we're going to copy that activity and paste it below, and we're going to change some things around because we want the splash activity or a splash class to start first. So what we're going to do is we're going to change the Android name from starting point to our class name called splash. And this is case sensitive. So make sure you spell it exactly how you spelled your class name. And now this is going to be what launches first because we have this launcher intent for the most part, or within the intent filter under our category name. So that's what's going to look for when our application starts. It's going to look for this launcher item and then see where that is, what activity that's located in. And it's going to be like, oh, the splash activity. Let's start that up. Yeah, that sounds like a great idea. And so that's what's going to happen. But the problem is, right now we have two launcher items, one for starting point and one for splash. So we need to get rid of the launcher on our starting point and just let the starting point chill a little bit. Just relax, wait till he needs, until we need him for the most part. So we're going to say default, from launcher to default. And you guys need to spell that correctly, all uppercase. And that's basically just going to recognize that our activity is there, but it's not going to do anything until we tell it to do anything. So that's what that is. The action name we're also going to change because when we actually want our starting point to start, or starting point activity to start, we're going to call the action name and start it that way. So a good way to keep track of all of your action names is type out your package name. So com.thenewboston.travis and then dot, and then basically your class name in all uppercase. So starting point. Starting to lose my voice, I'm sorry, but that's how we're going to define our action name. And again, we can refer to this action name to start up our starting point class or activity when we want to. So there we go. Now pretty much everything is set up. Hopefully you guys kind of get an understanding of, for the most part, what the action name is. I shouldn't refer to this one. This is just kind of this is kind of what the phone is looking for as well when it starts up the launcher item. But as for the action name and setting it to either default or a launcher item. So there you go. That's basically the end of this tutorial. Let's check it out and make sure it works. So we're going to run it on the emulator real quick, and hopefully we'll get our splash screen to come up instead of a starting point. It looks like we did. So mission accomplished, and I'll see you guys in the next tutorial. Have a good one. Hey, what's up guys? Welcome to your 14th Android tutorial, and what we're going to do in this tutorial is work within our splash activity. Basically, we want the splash activity to sleep for 5 seconds and then open up a new activity, basically our starting point activity. And we're going to accomplish this by using a thread. Now I want to show you guys threads because it's super important, especially for game development. And what threads allow you to do is do multiple things pretty much at the same time, instead of waiting for something to get done and then doing something else. So I'm just going to show you the basic framework of a thread and use the thread to execute what we want to do for our splash activity. To set up a thread, it's just basically like every other variable we've set up. We define what type it is, and it's going to be of the type thread. And we're going to call this thread timer because basically it's going to be timer that counts for 5 seconds and then starts an activity. Now how we're going to set this thread up is basically create a new thread. So we're going to say new thread. I know this is kind of you guys are probably like, what's this new thing all about? Just don't worry about that for now. It's kind of a Java thing, and we'll get into it later. For the most part, I don't want to explain what it's doing. Basically, it's just creating a new thread. Think of it like that. So just say a new thread with parentheses, and then we're going to hit an open bracket and hit enter. And before our code gets too sloppy, because we're going to have a lot of different brackets and a lot of different somewhat methods within this thread, we're going to finish off our thread definition for the most part with a semicolon, just so we don't forget later. Now what a thread is looking for is a method called run. So we need to set up this run method within our thread that we defined. So we're going to say public. Again, public is accessible to everyone for the most part, public void, meaning it's a method, and run with parentheses, and then we're going to set up a new pair of brackets. As you can see, the brackets are already getting kind of confusing, so I'm going to try and keep them all on the screen so you guys can make sure you're doing this right. Now basically within our run method, we want, anytime we do something sketchy, like if you guys ever wanted to go streaking across a football game and you thought that'd be awesome, so you're gonna try to do it, but sometimes it wouldn't work because you get arrested. Anytime you do something sketchy in programming, you also have to use a try bracket. So we're going to try to let our program do something for the most part, and that's what this is going to do. And if it can't do that, we're going to catch the exceptions, or basically if we can't do the action that we're trying to perform, most likely there's some sort of error or an exception. So we're going to try and catch those exceptions and use them for debugging. So we're going to say catch exceptions, and basically to catch exceptions you tell the computer what kind of exceptions you are looking to catch. And for this instance we're going to say interrupted error. Interrupted exception. What am I doing? That's the type of exception we're going to try to catch, and it's called E. Now within this, basically this catch again is trying to catch these type of exceptions if they pop up. You guys don't really need to know what this exception is for the most part right now. This is mainly for debugging. So again, put a new bracket right here, and we have to import interrupted exceptions, or actually it's giving us an error because we aren't trying to do anything, so there's no way there's going to be any exceptions. But that will go away in the next tutorial. And there's where we're going to try and catch those exceptions. And the last thing we can do is do a finally method. So there we go. Within our run class we have a try. We're going to try to do some methods or try to do something. If we can't do those methods, or something runs, if our application's running too slow for some reason, it's going to catch the exceptions, and we can use that for debugging. Like write a note to ourselves within here so we know which thread is going slow or not working properly. And then finally we can do this method after we've done that. After we've tried something, we can do something finally. And yeah, I don't know. It's pretty okay. Basically yeah, this is our last little chunk of code that we can use if we want to try one last method after we've done whatever we tried in these brackets. So hopefully that's not too confusing. We're going to set up what we want this thread to do in the next tutorial, but after we set up our thread, it's still not going to do anything. So what we're going to do is we're going to use our thread variable called timer, and to start a thread you just use the method called thread, and this, called start. This is from the thread class, so we can use this method because again it's a thread variable. So we're just going to hit start and then semicolon, and that will start our thread. Again, we haven't defined it to do anything. I just wanted to show you the framework of how you set up a thread and some of these try, catch, and finally type of things. So thanks again for watching, guys. I'll catch you in the next tutorial. Sorry, I'm getting kind of tired, so if I wasn't super enthusiastic, I apologize. So have a good day. What's up, guys? Welcome to your 15th Android tutorial for the new Boston. Again, my name's Travis. Welcome back. What we're going to do in this tutorial is basically finish up our splash activity for the most part and kind of use this thread so you guys get kind of familiar with the layout that we have set up here. Again, a thread looks for the run method, and then we're going to try to do something. If it can't do that or it messes up, we're going to catch the exception, and then we have this one last method that we can use for whatever we want. So let's get our activity going. Again, we want our activity basically to pause for 5 seconds, and we can use a method from the thread class again called sleep, and that'll allow us to just pause our thread and not do anything for however long we want for the most part. And the method is pretty easy. Just sleep like this, and what goes within its parameters is basically how many milliseconds we want it to sleep. So we're going to say 5,000 milliseconds, which is equal to 5 seconds. little conversion lesson for you guys. You get an added bonus with this Android series. So there you go. So now our application is going to sleep for 5 seconds, and what this catch exceptions, if it can't get the interrupt, or if there's an interrupted exception of some sort, we're going to catch that. So we define that interrupted exception variable, or I'm sorry, that's the type of exception we're looking for, and we named that E. So within here we can do the standard, for the most part, catch, and that's just print stack trace. Again, you guys don't really need to know what that does. It basically just kind of throws it around. It doesn't really matter. That's for debugging. Hopefully your application will run perfectly. We won't have to worry about the exceptions. But basically all I just wanted you guys to realize is we named this variable so we can use that variable within the case for the most part. Probably doesn't make sense, sorry. So basically now our application sleeps for 5 seconds, and how are we going to start our new activity is what the question is. And where are we going to do that? Well, we could do that right below the here. So it's going to sleep for 5 seconds, then it'll go to the next line of code, and we could start our activity here. But just to use the framework of this thread for the most part, we are going to do it within our finally bracket. So after it gets done trying everything within these brackets, it's going to go to this finally bracket. And to start an activity, it's pretty simple. There's a few ways you can do it, but the method is called start activity. I believe that's from the activity class, and yeah, it's from the activity class, so we can use that because again we're extending the activity class. And there's a few ways we can start an activity, but probably the simplest way for you guys to start out is if we hover over here, it shows that it takes an intent within its parameters, and that's what I should say. There's a few ways to set up an intent. Now we don't have an intent yet, but we're going to define one real quickly and real simply. Same way we make any other type of variable. We define the type, which is going to be intent, and and basically then we give this intent a name. So we're going to say open starting point. Basically that's going to be the intent name. Again, you guys can label that whatever. We need to import intent so we can use its sweet methods. And we're going to set this equal to new intent. And then we put up parentheses and we hit in quotations what we want our intent action name to be. And you guys might remember what the action name is, but I'll go over it again. Basically our action name is the new com.thenewboston .travis .starting point. And then we have to finish off this statement with a semicolon as always. And now what we're going to do is within the start activity, that's where we're going to set up our intent that we just created called open starting point. And there we go. Now it's going to open or start the activity called starting point, or based off the intent called starting point. And this intent is going to create a new intent based off of this action name. And this action name has to match up with the manifest. So just remember what I typed out here, com.thenewboston.travis.starting point. And we set that up in a few tutorials ago, but I'm just going to re-familiarize you guys with that with the Android manifest. I'm going to open that up, and here's the action name. So this is what we're setting our intent equal to, is this action name. So when we start an activity, it's going to look at the intent, and the intent is basically the intent of this starting name or action name. So it's going to look through the manifest, find this reference, and then it's going to be like, oh, that's of the starting point class. That's the class I'm going to start. So that's kind of how it works. So again, this reference has to be exactly the same as the reference we created in our splash activity right here for intent. Otherwise you guys will get an error. It's always good to kind of check your program and make sure it works every so often so you guys save yourself some time with the errors. So I'm just going to do that real quick, make sure activity works, runs for 5 seconds on the splash, and then opens our starting point class. And there you go, voila. Thanks again for watching, guys. Hope you guys enjoyed the tutorial, learned something new, and I'll catch you guys in the next one. Have a good day. What's going on, guys? Welcome to your 16th Android tutorial. And you know, I've realized that you guys have matured quite a bit in the Android world over the past 15 tutorials. I think it's about time to tell you guys about the life cycle of the activity class. And such an idiot. Alright, what we're going to do is talk about the life cycle of the activity class, like I said, because what happens now is we had our application run, but still our splash screen is there. If we hit the back button, it's going to go back to our splash activity, and we don't want that because, you know, we want our splash activity to basically kill itself after it's been displayed for the most part, because it's taking up some memory, or it potentially could take up some memory, so we're going to free up some of that memory for the most part. And that brings us to the life cycle of an activity. Now, I looked up the Android developer page. This is a great resource for you guys to use. Just search activity and it'll go to the life cycle of the activity. That's where you guys can find this. I'm just going to talk through kind of the life cycle and which methods are important for the most part. So here's what happens. An activity starts. Our splash screen, for example, starts. Then it calls this onCreate method. That's where we set up our thread and we set up our layout, our set content view. We set up some of all of those type of variables. And then it also calls the onStart method after it calls the onCreate method. Then it calls the onResume method. Then our activity actually starts running. That's when the user can touch the buttons that we have set up and interact with our activity. See, it has to call all three of those methods before activity actually starts. Now, if our activity is running and we get a text message, or for example, if our splash activity starts a new activity, the splash activity is going to go through an onPause and basically go through, when it's no longer visible, it's going to go through call an onStop method. Or yeah, so basically the most important one is the onPause. But if our activity gets shut down, it's going to call the onPause, onStop, and onDestroy. So for example, if you guys are creating a game and the person gets a text message right in the middle of the game, you might want to have, you know, a method or setting up some variables or some methods that will save the data within an onPause method, because it will call that onPause method before anything else happens. So that's kind of the way that you want to think about it, is you can set up some last minute or save points or something within this onCreate method, or within this onPause method. And then once our activity gets started back up, it's going to go through this onResume method again before it starts running. So the only method that from our activity class that we are familiar with is this onCreate method. But we're going to kind of use some of these other methods as well. But what I want to show you guys is, sorry, I'm getting kind of ahead of myself here. What I want to show you guys is that we're going to use this onCreate method, but the only other two methods that are really important for the most part is this onPause method and this onResume method, because even if our activity gets destroyed, it's going to go through this onPause method before it goes through these methods as well. So we might as well set up everything within this onPause method and we won't have to worry about these. And also the onResume method, we can set up some of our resume methods or variables that we need to set up before activity starts again. So those are going to be the three basic methods that we're going to use for activities in the future. But as for our splash activity, we're going to get into that right now. So open up your splash activity and hit enter right here, so we only have one bracket left. This is for our whole class. This one is for our starting method. And again, we're just going to right click, go down to source, override implement methods, and again through the activity tab we can find the method called onPause. So this is where we're going to kind of make our splash activity kill itself, so to say, because we're just evil like that. So the way we can do that is hit finish. It's just a simple method, and it's basically going to finish the splash activity, get rid of it, and it's going to be gone forever for the most part until our user starts up our activity or our application again. So pretty simple, but what again is happening is when this splash activity starts, because it's the launcher item, it's going to go through this onCreate method, then it's going to run, and then basically what happens is when we call this start activity right here, the splash activity is going to call this onPause method because it's going behind the starting point activity that's being created. So it's going to call this onPause method real quick, and that's where we're just going to finish our class. So we're going to say, hey, destroy yourself, finish yourself. And hopefully that made sense and you guys kind of get the structure of how the life cycle works for the most part, and kind of what these methods mean, because I haven't really explained what the onCreate method is for the most part. So hopefully you guys like that tutorial and have a little bit better understanding of the activity class and how that works. So thanks again for watching. Hope you have a good day. What's up, guys? Welcome to your 17th Android tutorial for the new Boston. And what we're going to do in this tutorial is basically set up some music and set up some sound for our application, because when there's music, everything gets crazy. People start dancing, there's a riot in the street, and before you know it, you're like, Grandma, put your clothes back on, please. So, man, maybe we shouldn't add sound to our splash activity, but we're going to do it anyways. Basically, before we get started, I want to make sure you guys have a sound or MP3 clip within your RAR folder. Now, you want to use most likely MP3 or .ogg, and again, make sure it's lowercase, otherwise it's going to give you guys problems. So what we're going to do is set up the sound variable or the sound object for the most part, and run it and play it for the most part. But before we get into that, I want to just briefly talk about the different classes we can use for music and for sounds. There's two classes that you guys are going to get familiar with when working with sound. One is called the sound pool, and the other is called media player. Now, sound pool is used for small clips like explosions, gunshots, just 1 or 2 second clips. And media player is used for pretty much everything else, like your background music for your game or whatever you guys are developing. So we're going to use the media player because not only is the sound 5 seconds long, it's also simpler to set up, and I think it's an easier sound class that you guys can use to set up. It's pretty easy, like I said, and it's going to be a media player object. So we're going to say media player like this. That's the type, and we're going to call it our sound, or our song, we should say. And again, we have to import the media player class as always, so we can use its methods. We're going to set this equal to, basically we're going to use a method from the media player class called create. So we're going to say media player, referring to the media player class, and we're going to hit dot, and we have this create method. As you can see there, it takes a context within its parameters, and it takes an int or a resource ID. Also, you can stream stuff from the internet using a URI. We'll probably get into that later, but here we go. We're going to just click this method, sets it up for us. Now the context, basically we're just going to say this, but we're going to refer to the context of this class for the most part. So we're just going to say our class name splash.this, referring to the context of this splash class. So there you go. We set up our context. Again, this is kind of Java, and we'll get into the definition of what this means later for the most part, but just realize it's the context of the splash class. For ID, we're just going to set this up just like every other ID we do, r.rar.splash sound. Now we have our media player variable set up called our song. All we have to do now is do our song, song dot start maybe. Yeah, we can use the method start from the media player class. Just click that and hit semicolon to finish, and now our sound's going to start. It's going to run, but let's say for example the sound clip's like 20 seconds long. We don't want that sound clip to carry over into our next activity. And also, guys, I'm sorry, just before I forget, you want to define this variable and start it below the set content view, just for, you know, good habit. So do that, and then we're going to start our sound, but like I said, we don't want it to carry over to the next class. So what you guys might be thinking is, before this finish method, we can say our song dot, and then we're like, oh, where's all those methods that we could use from the media player class? What's happening is we defined our variable within the onCreate method here. So we can only, or basically this rSong variable is only recognized within the onCreate method. So we can only use it within there. But to define it as a global variable for a whole class for the most part, sorry, just a variable for a whole class, we can go above our onCreate method and set up a media player and then rSong. And don't define it or anything, just set up the variable and say, hey, this is going to be a media player variable. Just kind of like we did in our other activity, we set up some variables above the onCreate method so our whole class could use it. So that's what we want to do, and then now we can use some methods on it within our onPause. But the problem is now that we're having is basically we're redefining it here, and it's still thinking of it as a local variable because we're defining it within the onCreate method. So all we're going to do is get rid of the media player right here, and now it will recognize it as a media player class or object, and they're all going to turn blue, saying that they're all pretty much the same object. So there you go, we set up our rSong, and now we can use it within our onPause method. So we're going to say rSong. Man, it is getting too late. Shouldn't be doing any tutorials. So we're going to say rSong dot and release. Now you guys can always click on some of these other methods and kind of read a little bit about them and get an idea of what they do. But we're going to use the release. Basically, this is going to kick them down that, this is basically going to release the music and just say we're done with you. So we're going to hit that and end it with a semicolon, and now our song should be released when the onPause method gets called. Let's just test our activity, make sure it works. Turn up the volume here. Yeah, I created that. I'm a natural Beethoven. So, yeah, it looks like our activity works and we have some sound to it now. Grandma, put your clothes back on. What are you doing? Get out of here. So, yeah, it looks like it's working, and I'll catch you guys in the next tutorial. See you later. Peace. What's up, guys? Welcome to your 18th Android tutorial for the new Boston. Again, it's me, Travis. What we're going to do in this tutorial is basically set up our menu, because we're going to create a lot of small applications, and we just want to have a menu so we can kind of go to each activity and see what that example does. So basically our menu is going to be our activity that we want after our splash screen. So what we're going to do is we're going to just create a new class by right clicking on the package, if my computer doesn't freeze here, and then go to new class, and we're going to call this menu. Now hopefully you guys kind of get familiar with the layout of this onCreate stuff. Again, some things are probably still pretty confusing for you guys, but just stick with the series and everything will make sense at the end. Especially these next 3 tutorials, it might be a little bit confusing because it's working with a list activity for the most part. So that's going to be different, but when you guys come back to it, you'll realize everything that we've done and it's going to make sense. So just this is a nice framework that we can use. So we're going to say extends, and before we'd say extends activity for the most part, but since we want to create a list, we can use a different class called a list activity. And so this is going to extend we can use some of the methods from the list activity after we import it. So we have to do that, and we're going to be able to use the same methods from the activity class, but we're also going to use some additional methods from the list activity class because it holds both for the most part. So we're going to go into our brackets here and we're going to create 2 methods within this class. So we're going to go to source, override, implement methods, and as you can see right here, we can pull from the list activity class and from the activity class. So what we're going to do is we're going to go into the list activity and we're going to look for something called onListItemClick. And we're going to add that method, and then we're going to go into the activity class and again just get our onCreate method. For the most part, nothing too new here. What we're going to set up is a variable. It's going to be a string array, and basically what an array is it holds multiple values for basically the same variable depending on what position it is. I know that's kind of confusing, but we're going to just set it up and I'll explain it as we go. And we want this string array to be able to be accessed by both our onCreate and our list item click. And I'm just going to move this up real quickly, just because I can for the most part, above the on list item click. There we go. And since we want this string array to be accessed by both these methods, we're going to define it again above our onCreate method or above both methods. So we're going to say string, and we're going to call this string classes. And to make it an array, you want to add square brackets like that, and we're going to hit this equals, and we're going to define the string array. And then I'll kind of explain what a string array is after we set it up. So what we're going to do is we're going to say again another pair of brackets right here, and then within quotations, because strings are basically like words. You can think of it like that. In programming, it's just a word. So we're going to call this first string position, let's see, starting point. The exact same name as our class name that we have called starting point. Make sure it's the exact same, case sensitive and everything, because we're going to have this application use these string positions for the most part to open a new activity. So just say starting point, and then we're going to put a comma, and we can say example 1, and then I'm just going to copy this and paste it a few times just to get some more things within our array. And I'm just it's still all in basically one line of code. I'm just copying and pasting. So we still need to enter bracket right here, and still need to finish it with a semicolon. So there we go. We have some things within our list array, and we can change these names as we go. Well, basically, I'm just going to change them for the most part right now, because it'll be easy reference for you guys. So now what we can do is we can access this string array and give it a position, and it will find what position it is within the string. So, sorry, got an extra bracket there. Sorry if that confused you guys. So now, for example, we aren't going to reference it right here, but for example, we can use the variable name called classes, and within the brackets we can say 4, something like that. Now what this is going to be equal to is our class's string array, the 4th position. So it always starts at a 0. So starting point is our 0 position. This will be our first position, position 2, position 3, position 4. So what this is equal to is the exact same as quotations example 4, which would be a string. So basically, hopefully that kind of makes sense, and we're going to use this more. Again, I know it's kind of confusing at the moment, but just stick with the series, guys, and everything will make sense eventually. Thanks again for watching. We basically just set up the string array, and we're going to finish this whole activity in the next couple tutorials. So I'll catch you guys then. Have a good day. What's up, guys? Welcome to your 19th Android tutorial. Again, it's me, Travis, and these are for the new boss. And what we're going to do in this tutorial is still work for our list activity that we're creating called menu. And we're just going to go within the onCreate method of this list activity. And this is generally, or what we have done in the past, we would say like set content view and reference a layout that we created in XML. But for this list activity, we aren't actually going to use a layout, and we're going to develop everything in Java. Just because, for the most part, I want to show you guys the Java aspect as well. So you can think of, instead of saying set content view, we're going to say set list adapter for our list activity. And then we're going to, within there, it's going to look for an array adapter, which we don't have one, and we're going to set that up. So basically, again, this will probably be kind of confusing, guys, but just stick with this. Try to follow along and just get this set up. And this is a great reference, or a great resource for the most part. I mean, this series is, because once you guys have this built, when you guys are developing your own applications, you can always go back and look at how we did some certain things, and you guys will pick up on stuff more easily as you guys get more familiar with Java and more familiar with Android and all that great stuff. So just stick with it. I promise you later on in the series everything's going to make sense. So what we're going to say is set list adapter. Like I said, this takes an array adapter or a list adapter for the most part within the parameters right here. As you can see, it takes a list adapter, but we're going to create an array adapter, which will basically, what that's going to do is take some kind of parameters or attributes, and it's going to kind of adapt it for the most part into a list adapter, if that makes sense. And since we're using an array, that's what we're going to use as an array adapter. I don't know, I thought I'd give you guys kind of an idea of what we're doing instead of making you guys completely lost as we're creating this. So we're going to say new array adapter, and then what we're going to say is a greater than sign and string, spelt like that. And basically this greater than and less than sign, basically whatever is within there, it's saying that's the type of array adapter we're creating. And we're creating an array adapter with the type string because we're working with a string array up here. So hopefully, and we're getting some errors, don't worry about that. If we once we set up our method, for the most part, we're going to just do some brackets right here, or some parentheses after we set up what type it is, and then we have to import the array adapter. So there we go, we import it, and now we're getting another error because we aren't giving it any attributes for it to kind of adapt to or convert into, you know, the thing that we're looking for. So if we hover over here, we can see kind of the different attributes or parameters that it takes within these parentheses. And we want to use the one that uses a context, an int, and a string array. So that's one we're going to click on, and it kind of sets up some stuff for us. Our context, again, we're just going to refer to the context of our class. So we're going to say our class name, menu.this, and it already has our, again, this was our string array, and it already has it set up. It says classes, and that again is this string array up here. You don't have to put those square brackets right there. It's just going to know that's a string array. So there we go. We set up that parameter. And the only other one we have left is this int. Now, this is going to be maybe kind of confusing for brand new programmers because you're like, an int, okay, or integer, I know what that is. That's like a 1, 2, 3. That's a whole number. But what we're actually going to do is kind of use a reference, and what this parameter is actually going to be is just one single list item. Kind of the layout of one single list item within our whole entire list, and it's going to kind of set that up for us. But it's referred to as an int because over here in our gen folder, our R Java, just to open that up, I don't know if I showed you this as well, but these are all ints as well. Like, you know, let's see, our splash background, you're like, that's a picture, but it's referring to it as an int, and it's just kind of a reference that it's giving as a number. So don't get too confused by saying, oh, we need like a 1, 2, or some kind of number. Basically what this parameter again is going to be is just a single item within our list. And the Android SDK comes with some of these default list items that we can use. So we're going to refer to that instead of creating our own at the moment. So we're going to say android.r layout dot, and then we have all these choices that we can choose from, and we're going to pick simple list item 1. So again, this is just setting up kind of the attributes of a single list item within our entire list. So hopefully that made somewhat sense, like some sense. I completely understand if that made no sense at all, guys. Don't worry, because again, trust me, as we go through the series you'll understand everything. So thanks again, guys, for watching. The next tutorial we're going to finish our list activity where we set up this method on list item click. So catch you guys then. Have a good one. What's up, guys? Welcome to your 20th Android tutorial for the new Boston. Again, my name's Travis. What we're going to do in this tutorial is basically work with this menu class, which is a list activity, and we'll probably take this tutorial and the next tutorial to finish this up. And again, I know this is probably really confusing and it's kind of more advanced, but I just wanted to show you guys that we can set something up in Java instead of the XML, as well as it's a great like little menu that we can use throughout the rest of this series. So I wanted to get set up now, but if you guys are confused, please don't stop with this series, because this will make I mean, you guys will look back at this and you'll be like, oh, I understand everything that's going on. But as for now, I do realize that it's probably pretty confusing for you guys. I just wanted you guys to get this set up for the most part. But what I want to introduce you guys to, in this tutorial at least, is starting an activity. And you're like, what? We've already done that. I know how to start an activity for the most part. We do that with an intent. Well, basically, I want to show you guys a different way to start an activity. And what I want you guys to do is go within this onListItemClicked method. And in the next tutorial, I'll kind of break down everything that we've done, or we'll finish our application, then I'll break it down. I just didn't have time to do it in one tutorial for the most part. So I'll show you guys how to start a new activity. Again, it's pretty simple. We're going to say start activity, and again, this will take an intent. So we need to create an intent, and we're going to call this intent our intent. And what we're going to set this equal to is, again, a new intent. And before we say our action name, like com, or basically, com dot, the new Boston dot starting point, all in uppercase, or whatever our action name was within the manifest. Now I'm going to show you guys a different way that we can set up an intent. Again, we have to import it, but we're going to set up an intent based off a class variable. So what we need to do now is set up a class variable. So again, above our intent line, we're going to set up a class variable called class. Or I'm sorry, we're going to call it our class, or whatever you guys want to define this as. And what we can set this variable equal to is something, we can use a method from the class called class. So we can say type class, and we can use this method for the name, and it gives us a string within, or we need to put a string within here. So basically what we can do now is say com dot the new Boston dot Travis dot starting point. Instead of, our action name was all uppercase, this is an actual class, or basically the path, a string for the path of the class starting point. And you can see that up here. Here's our package name, com.thenewboston.travis, and then we have, it looks through here, and here's our starting point class. So it's kind of a reference to that. And basically it's going to create a class variable for the string name, or for the path name of this. And then what we can do is we can set up an intent based off that class, but this intent is going to take two things within its parameters, a context and a class variable. So we're going to say, again, our this current class's context, so it's called menu, it's our class name dot this. And then we're going to hit comma, and in the second parameter we're going to type our class, which is our class variable we just set up. And then we can type our intent here. So there we go. That's basically, we'll get into this error, why we're getting an error here, but in the next tutorial. I just wanted to show you guys that we can set up kind of an, start an activity in this manner, where we set up a class, and then we set our intent, and it uses a class variable, and then we can start our intent. That's basically the end of this tutorial. Obviously we're getting errors, but we're going to finish that up. I'm going to talk through everything in this application and kind of hopefully get you guys to understand what we've built. And then we're going to get into something really simple. So again, don't get discouraged and be like, wow, he's moving too fast. Such a douche. Because I will go back and we'll kind of cover some easy stuff here. But thanks again for watching, guys, and I'll catch you then. What's up, guys? It's me, Travis. Welcome to your 21st Android tutorial for the new Boston. What we're going to do in this tutorial is basically finish our our list activity and kind of talk through all this nonsense that's going on, because I know most of you guys are confused. So the first thing we need to do is get rid of this error for the most part, and we're just going to go over and see what the error is. It says surround with a try and catch, because basically we could say whatever we want. We could say, starting point blah blah blah, and be like, yeah, create a class for that, and it's going to be like, hey, you tried to trick me, there's no class like that, and I spent the past 4 hours trying to do that, and basically our application isn't going to look like that. So we need to surround this with a try. So we're going to go above here and type try and put a bracket, and then we're going to also close off our try bracket right here after we try to start the activity, and then we get rid of that error. The next thing we need to do is catch an exception. For example, we're going to use the exception type class not found. So again, if this class is not found, it's going to give us that exception. So we're going to say catch, and then we have to define the exception within parentheses. And again, the exception type is called class not found exception. We're going to label this exception, or this, give this variable the type, or the label E, and then we need to create a new bracket. And I'll try and keep all the brackets so you guys can keep track of everything. I remember that was kind of difficult when I was a new programmer. So there we go, E dot print stack trace. Again, this is just for debugging. We'll get into this stuff later, probably, maybe. I mean, it's not too important. It's basically going to throw it around and not worry about it. So there we go. We kind of have our brackets set up. But now let's actually get into making this application useful, because now each time an item is clicked, it's just going to start up our starting point class. So what we want to do is we want to have it start up a class according to the items that's clicked. But before we actually do that, let me just do an overview of what this application is doing and what we set up. So we set up a string array up here called classes, and we set up a list array, or a list adapter, which is basically like a list view. And within the list view, it has list items, which we defined here, just the standard kind of look of the list item here. And each list item is going to have one position within our string array. So we're going to have 7 list items total. And when any of those list items are clicked, it's going to call this onListItemClicked method. And it's also going to give us some information. It's going to give us basically which list view is clicked. It's going to label that L. It's going to tell us which view is clicked. It's going to label that V. And the most important one that we're actually going to use, it's going to tell us the position of within the list view that was clicked. And basically that's going to coincide with the position of our string array, so we know kind of the text that was clicked as well. For the most part, think of it like that. It also tells us an ID. So what we're going to do is go right within these brackets here, and we're going to set up a new string. We're just going to call this string local class, or I don't know, we're going to call it cheese, just so we don't have to think and all that good stuff. So what we're going to set this string equal to is basically, we're going to say like our classes array that we set up at the beginning, and we can set it up to something like 4, for example. And basically what this would be equal to, or this is the 4th position within our class array up here. So we have position 0, 1, 2, 3, and 4. So basically it's the same thing as saying, at the moment it's the same thing as saying this. So we don't want to actually do that. But that's kind of how this variable is going to work. Our cheese variable is going to be equal to just one spot of our classes array. But since we're getting the position, it's giving us that data, we can use this variable that they called position within this class. Oh, I'm sorry. And we want to also move this string below the super line right here. So I'm sorry for that. But okay, there's our string variable, and we can use this position kind of data that's being passed in, so we can just say position within here, because again it's an integer, so it's going to tell us what position was clicked. So now cheese equals basically the position. So the 0th position was clicked, this cheese variable is going to equal starting point. The 5th position was clicked, it's going to equal example 5. So now what we can do is we can set up a class according to which position was clicked, or which list item was clicked. So we can do that by using this string variable, because again this class method basically is using a string within its parentheses. So what we can do is we can delete this, but still make sure you have your period there after your package name, and we can just say plus string, or I'm sorry, plus cheese. I was thinking of string cheese because that's delicious. But there we go. So now it's going to open or give this path to whatever list item was clicked. So if position 0 is clicked, it's going to say our package name plus starting point, and then it's going to create a class variable, and then it's going to set up an intent according to that class variable. Again, I showed you guys a new way to do it where it takes a context and then a class variable, and then it's going to start that activity. Now if we click, for example, position 5, again it's going to set this equal to examples 5, and it's going to try to set up a class variable for our package name example 5, but since we don't have that, we're going to get an error and it's not going to work, or it's not going to work. Or, I'm sorry, I said that twice. It's basically just not going to work since we don't have that class, and it's going to catch, or it's going to create an exception called exception not found, and we're just going to kind of log that within the debugger. So that's what that catch is doing. So hopefully that kind of made sense, guys. But that's kind of how you can use Java by, instead of typing a ton of lines of code, you can just kind of use these or get some information from a method and then use it within there to you know, do that. The only other thing we're going to do real quick is set this up in the manifest. So we're going to go into the manifest, and I must have been messing around with this, so just going to fix it real quick. Your manifest should be looking like this. And so what we're going to do is we're just going to copy the starting point activity and paste it again below. And we're going to change this to our new class called menu. We're going to give this the action name menu. Then what we're going to do is we're going to open our splash class up here and change, instead of it starting up the starting point class, we want to start up this menu class. So we're just going to use the action name that we just set up in the manifest. So there you go. Now our application should be working. I'm just going to test it out, make sure I don't get any errors. And again, I know guys, I know this is probably confusing. You probably don't understand everything, or maybe even 5% of that list activity you guys understand. Don't worry, because it's going to get easier. We're going to get into some simple stuff in the next tutorial. So thanks again for watching, but there we go. We have our list activity started, and if we click like examples 1, 2, 3, it's not going to do anything. It's going to throw that exception. But if we click starting point, it's going to open up our starting point class. So, and again, we did that through setting up a class variable instead of using the action name. So thanks again for watching, guys. I'll catch you in the next tutorial. Have a good one. What's up, guys? Welcome to your 20-second Android tutorial for the new Boston. And like I said, we're going to get into some pretty simple stuff now that you guys seen kind of the framework of how Android works with manifest, the intents, opening up activities, what an activity is, what the life cycle is. So now we're going to kind of break it down into simple applications. We're going to build a ton of those simple applications that you guys can kind of familiarize yourself with the Android and what it can do. So the first little application we're going to build is just messing with some text within a Java class. So what we want to do is we want to set up a new layout, and that's all we're going to do in this tutorial is just define a new layout. So again, you right click on your layout and go to Other, and then under the Android folder, click Android XML file. And we're going to call this one text. Again, every time you label a layout, it has to be lowercase, .xml, make sure it's a layout, hit finish. And what we're going to do is we're going to set up an edit text. This is how we're going to get some user input. And so I'm just kind of introducing you to some new stuff within the XML. So what we're going to do is say edit text, and then we define it as always. So we're going to give us some room here to work with, and we're going to say the Android layout width is equal to your mom, which will be fill parent. I'm just kidding. Just kidding. Fill parent for the width, and Android layout height. But you know, that's a good your mom joke. If you guys ever get schooled in that game, just say your mom is so big she fills the parent, and everyone's gonna be like, oh man, that was a sick burn. But there we go. We kind of have the setup for our text view, or I'm sorry, edit text, and that's kind of what an edit text looks like. You can put some input in there, some text or whatever, and we're also going to give it an ID because we want to reference it in Java. So Android ID equals, again, within quotations, at plus ID / and then ET for edit text, so we can kind of remember it, and we're going to say commands. Yeah, that's fine. Commands, and we're also going to, just to show you guys some other stuff that you can do, we're going to say Android, there's a function called hint, and then you just hit equals, and we're going to say like type a command, and then end quotations. And as we look at it, it kind of has this type of command thing within there, and then when you click or when you run the application and click on it, that hint is going to go away and you can type. So that's pretty cool. You can also add text, but if we said text here, just like when we used with our button, there will be text in there called type a command, but when they click on it, they're going to have to delete that text that's in there. So a hint just kind of gives them a hint, and then when they start typing, it's going to go away. So there we go, that's what a hint is. And then what we can also do is something kind of cool, Android password. And what this is going to do is there's two commands, true and false, or true and false. So if we say true, that's going to basically star out their input. So we're just going to go with that. And there we go, we have our edit text for the most part set up. What we also want to do is set up a button, and we're going to say button, and then Android. Actually, we're just going to drag and drop a button in there and then edit it. Then we're also going to drag and drop a text, or text view. There we go. Command Shift format or Control Shift format if you guys are on Windows. And let's just check this out. We might want to change the label to button results, and we're going to change the text for a text view to invalid to start with, and we're going to say T for text TV results. That looks pretty good. Maybe we should do for the width for the text view, we're going to say fill parent as well, and Android gravity to be center. Nothing too new. Basically, we got introduced to the text or the edit text for the most part. That's all this tutorial is so far. I'm also going to teach you guys about weight here in a second. So just want to make sure it kind of looks the way I want. Maybe we'll fill the parent for the button as well. There we go, that looks pretty good for the most part. Actually, we're going to finish up this in the next tutorial just because the time for the most part. But again, just a simple XML layout, introduce this edit text, nothing too special yet. But again, this is kind of going back and doing the easy stuff. So thanks again for watching. I'll catch you guys in the next tutorial. What's up guys, welcome to your 23rd Android tutorial for the new Boston. What we're going to do in this tutorial is some more XML, show you guys some more customized features that you can use and methods, and also some other widgets that we can throw in there. So what we're going to do first is basically go into your graphical layout and use a toggle button. I'm going to show you guys how to use this. We're going to throw this in between our text view and our button, so right there. And then what we want to do is have this toggle button on the same line this button is. So now we're going to define it in the Android XML here. So I realized the last tutorial I was saying Control Shift format, and it's actually Control Shift F. So that's what you guys want to do, or Command Shift F if you guys are on a Mac. So then just format it, and then what we want to do, like I said, is get that toggle button on the same line as our regular button. So what we can do is set up a new linear layout, and I'm just going to kind of separate those two so we have some working room. And we're going to set up a new linear layout that's going to be horizontal, so those buttons are next to each other. So what we're going to do is a greater than sign linear layout, which you guys should be pretty much familiar with. And then we're going to use our closing statement, cut it and paste it below our button and our toggle button. So there we go. Now what we need to do is set up kind of the linear layout, what we want it to be, what we want it to cover. So we're going to say Android layout width, and we're going to set that equal to fill parent, and Android layout height is going to wrap the content. The only other thing we really need to define right now is the Android orientation. We're going to set that equal to, again, horizontal. There you go, and now let's check it out. It looks pretty good, but what's happening is, again, it's pushing that toggle button off the screen because our button is filling the parent. Now I'm going to introduce you guys to something called weight sum and weight. So what we need to do first is make sure, since this is a horizontal view, and that's what we're going to work with, is basically the width of both objects. So the first thing we want to do is set both the widths to fill parent. I know it sounds kind of strange because it's not really going to change anything, but we're going to say fill parent, and if we check it out, nothing really changed. But now what we can do is we can apply some, like a total weight value within this linear layout. We're going to hit Control Shift F again, kind of format it. Okay, that didn't turn out the way I thought it was. But basically, we can add a weight sum up here within this linear layout. Then we can distribute some of the weight within each item, and it'll take up kind of a percentage of what's available. And since the whole width is available, that's what it's going to distribute. So how we're going to set that up is we're going to go into this linear layout where we define some stuff, and we're going to set up the total value. So we're going to say Android weight sum is the command, and we're going to set it to something like 100 because 100 is pretty easy to work with. Then you can kind of give them percentages. Now we're going to go into our first item, our button here, and we're going to give it a weight value. So we're going to say Android, and it's actually a layout weight value. So that's why we had our layout width fill the parent, because that's what the percentage is going to go to, the layout. So we're going to say layout underscore weight, and we're going to set this equal to 50 just to start with. And then we're also going to define 50% or 50 value for a weight, because we want our total weight to equal 100. So 50 plus 50 is 100. Again, free math lesson for you guys. Let's check that out. There we go. We kind of have them both set up for the most part to get it 50% of the whole available width. So that's kind of the introduction to the weight value, but and how weight sums work and all that great stuff. But the only other thing is you'd assume like 75%, or if we put like 75 here and 25 here, that the 75 would have a greater distance, but it's actually the opposite. So we're going to say the button is going to have like 20, and the toggle button is going to have 80. So if we check that out, that's what it's going to look like. Basically, this has 20% even though we defined it as 80, having a weight of 80. And this is we've set as 20, and it's going to have 80% of the whole width. So there we go. One last thing, I might as well do that in the next tutorial. I think I'm running out of time here, but I'll catch you guys then, and we're going to work with some XML real quickly in the next tutorial. Have a good one, guys. Hey, what's going on, everybody? Welcome to your 24th Android tutorial for the new Boston. Again, it's me, Travis. And what we're going to do in this tutorial is basically just kind of clean up this little activity with some padding. I'm going to introduce you to that method, as well as kind of move this toggle button up a little bit or cut off the bottom a little bit for the most part. And also we're going to kind of set this to on when our Java starts, or this activity for the most part. We want it to start with the toggle on. And we'll also change this text, I guess. So nothing too big, and it's going to be a quick tutorial. Basically what I want you guys to do is go up to your first linear layout. This is the one that will fill the whole screen and defines everything else within it. And just add a line of code within the opening bracket. Pretty simple. We're going to say Android padding, and we're going to put like 10 dp, something like that. Well, let's do like 25 dp, just so we get a desired result. There you go. There's just a 25 density pixels of padding throughout this whole linear layout that defines the whole basically edge of this XML layout. Padding's good for cleaning up your application, making it look a little bit nicer, as well as I don't know, like my room's padded. I don't know why there's padding all over my walls, but it's good for safety as well for the most part. But for XML, it's good just to kind of clean up your code and get things organized a little bit better. Now what we're going to do is just basically you can add padding within a direction. So what we're going to do is use that on this toggle button and just basically cut off the bottom 10 pixels. So we're going to find our toggle button, and as you can see, I started right there. But we're just going to add again one line of code, Android padding, and as you can see, you can do padding around the whole thing, padding to the left, padding to the top, bottom, right, and we're just going to select bottom and do 10 density pixels as well, and check that out. That looks pretty good for the most part. Now we're also going to add one more line of code to get that to turn on when for this XML for the most part. Again, you can't really change anything in the XML once your activity starts. You have to define everything within Java. So we want kind of our XML looking the way that we want it to look when our Java class starts or sets the content view. So what we're going to do is we're going to say Android. Again, if you just put the colon, you can see all the methods you can use for the toggle button. And there's one called checked. We're going to set checked equal to true. And you can set that equal to true or false. Basically, if it's false, it would be off, and true, it's on. So there we go. That looks pretty good. Let's set this button up now to, or just change the text to try command. And hopefully this will all make sense what I'm actually building here in the next tutorial, where we kind of define everything or set up the Java and build our application. I'm also going to change this button reference. I thought I said you guys might have it changed already, but I'm going to say toggle button TB, and we're going to call it password. I believe I said that. I don't know if I did or not, but just change the reference to TB toggle button password for the most part, and then we're good to go. And I will see you guys in the next tutorial where we're going to start with the Java. So I'll catch you guys then. Have a good one. Hey, what's up guys? Welcome to your 25th Android tutorial. What we're going to do in this tutorial is basically get our new activity set up and add our references and introduce you guys to a little bit of Java. So what we're going to do is we're going to create a new Java class. You guys probably already know how to do this, and we're going to call this class text play, whatever, something like that. And going to open that up. Again, this is going to be a regular activity that you guys might be familiar with, should be, hopefully. And extends activity. Again, we're going to import activity, and we're going to add the onCreate method by, again, source, override, unimplemented methods. And this is probably the last time I'm going to show you guys how to get your activity set up. So, pay close attention. I wasn't even going to show you in this tutorial, but I thought I'd show you one last time, just so you guys know what's going on. And now all we need to do, since this is a regular application, we're going to say set content view. Again, have this equal, and this is just setting up the reference to the XML that we just created. So r.layout, because it is a layout dot text. And there we go. We have our class set up for the most part. Now we also, anytime we set up a new activity, we have to define it in the manifest. If you guys remembered that. So I'm going to open up the Android manifest, and what we can do is we can copy and paste one of the default activities that we have set up and paste it. And then down here we're going to change again the text to, or our class name to text play instead of menu. And also what we can do is we can delete this whole intent filter. And I'll explain why in a second if you guys haven't figured that out. But why we can delete that intent filter is because all it's saying it's a default category. Sorry, it's a default category, so we won't really need that because this is going to kind of assign it as a default category anyways. That's just kind of for a special category like a launcher. The other thing is the action name. And we aren't opening these activities anymore by the action name because we're going to go into our, our menu class. And again, it opens it by reference to the class name. So we don't even have to get the action name anymore because we're referring to the class path. And the other thing that we're going to do real quickly is set up, instead of example1, we're going to call this text play. Again, just like that class we set up, exactly the same text, case sensitive and everything. So now our list activity will be able to open this class. So that's why we kind of set up that list activity. I know it's kind of confusing to go through, but it's an easy reference to access all of our all of our new activities that we're going to create. So hopefully everything's set up and it's going to work now within our emulator. But the last thing we're going to do is just set up some references, and you guys probably know how to do this as well. So we're going to say button, because we have a button, and we're going to call this check command. So that's what we're going to call our button. Again, we have to import the button and set it equal to, or create that bridge over to the XML. We're going to say button find view by ID again, r.id dot, and we're going to look for a button. Is it button results? Yeah, it must be. So we're going to use button results. I'm just going to, well, no. Then we're going to set up a toggle button as well. And the nice thing is, basically the name is the exact same as the name in XML. So you guys, if you ever forget what type of variable you're setting up, most likely it's the same name. So there you go. We're going to call this password, or pass. We're going to call it pass toggle, or pass tog, like that, and set that equal to something. We're also going to, import it so we can use it as a toggle button. And find view by ID. This is kind of a repetitious tutorial. We really don't probably need to go on anymore. I just want to make sure you guys are set up properly here. And again, we're looking for the TG or TB toggle button password reference. And the last thing we have to set up, well, two more things, I'm sorry. An edit text. We're going to call this input. Going to set it equal to edit text. Find view by ID again. And then edit text commands. See, that's why I kind of use this kind of reference, so I kind of know if it's an edit text or whatever. It makes it simple for me to remember. You guys can label those however you want, those identifiers. Again, you have to import edit text, and we also have one last one, which was our text view. And we're going to call this display for the most part. That's a decent name, whatever. And we're going to set this equal to text view and text view results. So there we go. We basically have everything initialized for the most part, and I just wanted to review that because it's been a while since we used or worked with a regular activity and kind of made these reference bridges over from the XML. But again, this is probably the last time I'm going to show you guys how to set up an activity. But remember, every time you set up an activity, you want to define it in the manifest, and we're also going to change our menu class so it adds to the item for the most part. So we're going to save it and run it real quick. Make sure that list activity works. Sorry, I was messing around earlier. And that's kind of what the pass. Oh, I'll get to that in a sec. Next tutorial or so. So hopefully this works. I don't know. Pretty boring tutorial. Really didn't learn anything new. Just kind of reviewed. But it's always good to review a little bit when you guys are new. So there you go. Now we have. Whoa. I think my mouse just died. But now okay, no we don't. Now we have that new item, and again, it's when we click this, it's referencing it by the class name and starting the activity due to the class name, which will open this up. If you guys can't get that to open up, make sure that this list view item is the exact same as that new class that we created, or that new activity, and also make sure that that activity is defined in the Android manifest. So thanks again guys for watching. I'll catch you guys in the next tutorial where we'll do some Java programming. Have a good one. What's up guys, welcome to your 26th Android tutorial for the new Boston, again with me Travis. What we're going to be doing in this tutorial is basically getting our toggle button working. We're also going to introduce what the final, basically making a variable final and what that is in Java. So what we're going to do is we're going to have this toggle button, and we're going to set up a on-click listener, because it's kind of a good review because we've done this in the past as well, and you guys will get familiar with this because it is kind of confusing the first time you see it. But again, we defined all of our variables up here in the reference to the XML. We created a toggle button called passTog, and it's having this yellow error because we aren't using it. So what we're going to do is we're going to set up the onClick listener by typing out the variable name, again within our onCreate bracket, so it'll be the within the second bracket right here. And so we're going to say passTog, and then we can set the onClick listener by hitting dot set onClick listener. And there's also an option of set check change listener, but I want to use the set onClick listener because later I'm going to introduce something else. So use the set onClick listener, and again we're just going to finish off the bracket right here before we define our onClick listener, just so we don't get confused within all these brackets and all this code that's going on. So again, we don't have an onClick listener, so we're going to say new view dot onClick listener. And you guys will again get familiar with this. It's kind of looking sketchy right now, but all you need to do is click right here and it will set it up for you. And if it didn't, retype it out. It should give you a little help, or Eclipse should give you a little help, and then you just click it and it'll set that up. Otherwise, you guys can kind of look at how this is set up at the moment. And here we go. Every time the the toggle button is pressed, we're going to want to do something within the onClick method. So we're going to go within this bracket, and what we're actually going to do is we're just going to change our edit text from kind of the password setup that we did. Basically right now we set up the edit text to have a password set to true, and that's going to kind of block out whatever we type in, give it those little stars or dots or whatever. So how we're going to do that is we're going to create an if and else statement. So within here we're going to say if, and then we're going to have a bracket. Basically we're going to define something. If this is true, we're going to do whatever is within this new bracket that we just created. Else, meaning that it's false, we're going to do whatever is within this bracket. So there we go. We have a lot of brackets. I'm going to try and keep those all on the screen so you guys can follow along if you get confused. But basically, if you start a new bracket, hit enter, it's going to finish it for you, and then you just do else, new bracket, hit enter again. There we go. We have our thing set up. But what we want to check is if the toggle button is set to true, or if it's turned on. And if it is, we're going to do something. If not, we're going to do something in this else statement. So how we're going to define that is by going referencing our, again, variable passTog, which is our toggle button. So passTog, and we can hit period and use a method called isChecked. And it's a Boolean, basically meaning true or false statement. Those are the only two options. So if it is checked, it's going to be true. If it's false, it's not true. So if it's not checked, then it's false. Now what we're getting is a error over our passTog because we're using it within like a sub bracket, or basically a sub bracket, you guys can think of it, and or sub method. And if we hover over it, gives us a recommendation to change the modifier to the type final. So we're going to click that, and what that does is it adds this modifier called final right before we define what our variable is. Now basically what final means is it's not going to change. Since this toggle button is always going to have this reference bridge over to the XML and not going to change from that reference bridge, we need to say that it's going to be final, because that's never going to change. It's always going to be that reference. So what we can do is say if is toggled. Basically that's the majority of the lesson I want to show you guys, is this if or else. But we're actually going to get into the coding of setting up the input type for the most part, if we want it to be a password type or a regular text, in the next tutorial. So get kind of familiar with this layout. Again, we set the onClick listener and we set up an if or else statement within our onClick method. And we also set this to final because that reference is never going to change, and that will allow us to access that variable within these sub methods as well. So thanks again for watching, guys, and I'll catch you in the next tutorial. What's up, guys? Welcome to your 27th Android tutorial. We're going to finish up our toggle button and check it out, make sure it works. In the last tutorial we set up this if else statement, and basically it's going to check if our toggle is pressed if it's on, and then it's going to do whatever is in this statement, and if it's off, it's going to do whatever is within this statement. And it's going to go through this method every time the toggle button is touched or pressed, or clicked, I should say, because that's how this works. Because we set up an on-click listener, and every time it's clicked, it's going to go through this method and check for us. Now, what we can do is we're going to use the edit text variable that we set up here, and we have it referenced to our edit text in the XML, and we're going to change that. So we called the edit text input. So we're going to say input, and we can hit dot, and then what we're going to do is we're going to set the input type. And basically, you know, there's the password type in a text view, or a number for the most part. You can make them only be able to put in numbers, stuff like that. So we're going to say the method set input type, and as you can see, it's a text view type for the most part. And within the parameters, I don't know if I want to show you that. Okay, let's copy and paste this, and this is going to be if it's false. So if it's off, we don't want to hide the password. So what we're going to do is we're going to refer to the input type class and say input type, and then hit dot, and we have certain types of text that we can have within as for our input type. We're going to use the one called type class text. Now that's just going to be that's just going to be plain text that you can see, nothing special about it. That's how you'd set up just your plain text. So if the toggle is off, it's going to be plain text. Now we need to kind of do the same method for if the toggle is on, and it's going to be a little bit confusing. I mean, this tutorial isn't so much about learning how to set the input type. Well, kind of. That's basically what this tutorial is, so I shouldn't say that's not what it's about. But knowing all the fine details at this moment isn't that important. It's like I said, we're building kind of a reference application that you guys can go back and refer to when you guys are developing your own apps. So, and learning the Android along the way, obviously. So, how we're going to set the input type to be a password, or the starred, or basically, let's see if I have it pulled up. Yeah, see, like right now, if we put Travis, this is kind of setting the password. As for, that's what it's going to look like. It's going to star out our text. So that's what we're going to set up if the toggle is set to true, or if it's checked on. And what we're going to do is say input type dot type class text again, and you're like, what? Well, that we aren't done. That's why I didn't want to set this one up first. This is just saying we can put text, numbers, all that good stuff in there, and then we're going to put this line, like a line like that. That's not an L. Basically, that's the, I don't even know what that's called actually, but it's the button right above your enter, or right above your return key, and you have to hold shift to hit it. So you put that line, and then you also put another input type, or refer to the input type class, and hit dot type text, and then variation, and variation password. So that's going to change it to basically back to the stars. And I know that's kind of confusing why we had to put two different things in there. Don't worry about that. But yeah, that's how we'd set that up. And now again, we're getting an error because we're using the edit text within a subclass again. So what we're going to do is just change that edit text to be final, and it should get rid of those errors. Now let's check our application, make sure it works. Again, we're just kind of getting familiar with Java. I'll leave this up for a second so you guys can pause it and make sure everything's spelled right within the brackets. But yeah, we're just making sure, we're just walking through the Java process still, and making sure you guys are following along for the most part. But yeah, kind of a lame tutorial, my bad. But hopefully you guys will like this application after we get done. It's going to explain a lot of Java and how we can reference stuff and use some certain methods with text. So here we go. We say Travis, and since it's toggled on, it's under stars. Well, actually, since we define it in XML, we said Android : password equals true. It's going to be stars automatically, and we also had this set to set to true as well when we started. And then if we toggle off, it says Travis. Then we can toggle back on. So, you know, kind of a lame tutorial, but hopefully you learned something about the set type or input type and set the input type. Alright, I gotta go to bed, but I will catch you guys later. Thanks again for watching, and have a good day. What's up, guys? Welcome to your 28th Android tutorial for the new Boston. Again, we're going to be working with this text play class, or this text play activity that we set up. We're just going to set up our actual button. We've set up and pretty much finished our toggle button, but now we want to set up our check command button. So again, just go down below this line of where we closed off our setting up our on-click listener for a toggle button. Should be 2 brackets below. We're still within the onCreate method, and we're just going to quickly set up our button called check command. So we're going to type out the variable name, check command, or you know, chk cmd, and then hit dot set onClick listener. You guys should be getting pretty familiar with this. We're just going to finish off the statement so we don't forget later, and then we're going to, you know, hit new view dot onClick listener, enter, and it'll set it up for us. Now what we're going to do within here is basically we're going to see what text is in our edit view, and it's going to compare it to some commands that we're going to set up. So what we're going to do first is set up a new string variable, and we're going to call this check. And what we're going to do is we're going to pull from the edit text called input that we set up. So we're going to say input, and we're going to say dot, and we're going to say get text. It's a method that we can use that's editable from the edit text class, and this is just going to give us what text is within that edit text. And then what we're going to do is set it to a string, or convert it into a string variable. So we just hit dot and use the method toString. And you guys can always read over here to get a little more information if you guys want. But there we go. Now every time we click this check command button, it's going to change this check variable that we just set up to whatever is in our edit box. And again, here's our edit text. It's going to get the text from the box for the most part and then convert it to a string. So those are some methods you guys might want to use for, you know, your edit text when you're working with those. And then what we're going to do is we're going to say if, and then you guys are kind of familiar with the if statement, hopefully. We're going to say if check, and we're basically going to compare it to a text that we want, or a command for the most part. So we're going to use a method. I mean, you'd expect, say, you might think of something like this: if you know, our edit box for the most part equals Travis, we can do something, but you can't compare two strings like that, because again, this is a string for the most part, and this is a string. You can't compare them with the equal sign, which is pretty lame. But we have to use a method, so we're going to say if dot, and it says content equals, and it's going to compare it to a character sequence. So basically that means it's going to be case sensitive for the most part, and it's a boolean, so it's going to be true or false. So if our check or whatever is in our edit box equals, you know, whatever string we set up here, so we're going to say something like left. If I can type left, and then we're going to set up a pair of brackets right here. And so now if our edit box, if someone typed in left all lowercase, and hit enter, or hit the button called check command, it's going to set up this variable, pull the text from it, turn it into a string, and then basically, so our check would equal left right now for the most part, and then it's going to compare it to this command left that we set up. So if, you know, our string equals left, and it's going to basically do whatever is within this statement. And then we're going to say else, just like we did before, but now we can say if. So it's basically going to check through this statement as well, and we can just kind of copy and paste basically our what we're checking here. And we're going to say if it equals center, and you guys can put another bracket here, and then we can also say else if and then copy and paste, and this time we're going to say right. So there we go. I know we're getting a lot of brackets, so hopefully you guys are following along perfectly and you aren't getting errors or anything. But and that's also why we closed off that statement early, because looking through all these brackets, you're like, dang it, where am I supposed to close that off? For the most part, I mean, I don't know if that's confusing or not, but hopefully you guys followed along, and then we're going to set up what these are going to do within the next tutorial, as well as set up some more commands and just have some fun with this text. But that's just kind of the introduction to the else-if statements. We did the if-else the last tutorial for the most part, or 2 tutorials ago, I'm not for sure. But this is the if-else, and we also converted a edit text into a string. So that's what we've done, and then we compare basically 2 strings together by using this method content equals, and then whatever we want to compare it to. So hopefully that made some sense, and hopefully you guys are getting familiar with how to set up these buttons, so you can tell your friends, hey man, if you have a button you need set up, I'm your man. But besides that, thanks again for watching. We'll hope to see you in the next tutorial. Have a good one. Hey, what's up guys? Welcome to your 29th Android tutorial for the new Boston. Again, we're going to have some text fun in this tutorial. Again, it's Travis. So hopefully you guys know my name by now. But what we're going to do is basically set up, or kind of determine how to set the gravity within Java. So before we do that, I just wanted to open up our text XML real quickly and make sure you guys have this text field at the bottom, which was our TV results, or basically our display in Java is what we called it. But again, the gravity we set center in XML, so it's in the center of the screen. But also for what we're going to do in this tutorial, this is the most important part. You want to have the layout width as fill parent. So if you guys follow along, you shouldn't have to change that or anything, but just make sure our activity works for the most part. Make sure it says fill parent and the gravity is currently set to center. So now we're going to go into our Java, text play Java here, and we're going to set up, or we're going to determine how to set up the gravity within XML or within Java. So we created this text view called display, and that's the text view we were just talking about in the XML. Now we're going to use it within this method. So we're going to say display, and we can say use some methods on it, and it's pretty easy. We're going to say set gravity. Makes sense, right? Because that's what we're doing. And what we're going to define basically within the parameters is we're going to refer something to something from within the gravity class. So again, this is a class called gravity, and we're going to hit dot, and then we have some choices here. So as for this is if our check string equals left, so we're going to set the gravity to left. So again, it's just gravity dot left, and then we just hit our semicolon and it finishes. Again, we're getting this error because we need to add a final to our display object when we started it. So we're just going to do that. Again, it's just right there, final. And then basically we're going to do the same thing for the center and right. And it's just going to be the code gravity.center and gravity.right, all uppercase for the center, left, and right. So there we go. We basically have our application set up, but we're still going to do some other methods. So we're just going to copy and paste this if else and set up the brackets for our next tutorial for the most part. Hit enter, and we're going to we're just going to use one, and we're going to say blue, because I just want to show you the example of how to change the text color. So if again they say blue, we're going to set that up in the next tutorial. If you guys don't really care about the color, you can skip the next tutorial if you want. I won't be offended, but I mean, either way, I'm still going to cry at night when I go to bed. So alright, let's check out our application, make sure it works. Again, I hope that's pretty easy concept. That's just the text view, and then we're setting the gravity within Java. So click our text play, and then let's test it out. We're going to say left, and I'll turn the toggle off so you can see the text goes to the left. Pretty sweet. But again, it's case sensitive, so if we did right like that, it's not gonna work. So again, thanks guys for watching. I'll catch you guys in the next tutorial where we're gonna learn about colors for the most part. Alright, see you guys later. What's going on, everybody? Welcome to your 30th Android tutorial for the new Boston. We're gonna learn how to set text a certain color, and then probably we're going to be done with this application after the next tutorial, where I'm going to show you guys about random. And so what we're going to do is set up just kind of the bracket for the next tutorial. So again, we're just going to say else if. We're probably going to learn about setting text in this tutorial as well, even though you guys already know that, I believe. So we're going to call this one else if WTF, all uppercase, and that stands for where's the fridge. So we're going to create if the text equals where the fridge, one last little thing here. So now what we can do also is every time this button's clicked, we can say display, which is our text view, dot set text, and what we're going to do is set this equal to whatever the input is. So we're going to say check. And then it's gonna, just set the text real quickly, and then check if it's left, right, center, blue, or WTF. Where's the fridge at? So what we can do is, if it's none of those, we can just say else if as well, or we're just gonna say else, because this will be everything else if it's none of those options. So we're gonna say else, and then we can say display dot set text to invalid again. And also we're going to just change this back to kind of the starting point. So we're going to say display dot set gravity to center. So again, we refer to the gravity class and then type center. And that's about it. We can change the text back just to get it kind of default where it started at. But now what we're going to do is we're just going to change the color of the text when it's when someone types blue in lowercase. So we're going to say display. And I mean, pretty much all this is getting kind of familiar, and you guys can kind of look through these methods and figure out for the most part what they do. At least these set, because we can set some of these things up, and that's what we've pretty much used is set gravity, and this one's going to be set text. I mean, we've used set text as well, but this one's going to be set text color, and we're going to give it the color blue. And again, we can refer to the color class just like we did with the set gravity, and we refer to the gravity class. We're going to refer to a class called color, and just kind of scroll through some of the options. As you can see, you can put the alpha, which is transparency, red, green, blue, and an integer for the most part, and just RGB as well. Or you can just use some of these colors they have set up for you as well. So we're going to just use this blue that they have set up. And there we go. Pretty much our application's done. What we're going to do in the next tutorial is basically finish our application, because I don't want to do a ton of else if statements and show you guys simple stuff for the most part. I just wanted to show you guys the random method in Java, because if you're creating a game or something that has a dice, and you probably want to use the random, so it's random each time. We're going to kind of go through that with this what the fridge. So I'll catch you guys then. So where's the fridge? Sorry, not what the fridge. What am I saying? That makes no sense. Alright, well, I'll catch you guys in the next tutorial. See ya. What's up, guys? Welcome to your 31st Android tutorial for the new Boston. And we are going to work with this new basically command that we're checking for called where's the fridge. And what we're going to use is something called a random, basically so we can get some random input, make our application kind of unique. So within this brackets, we are going to just set up a random variable, and again we got to define the type just like any other time we define a variable. and it's going to be of the random class. So we're going to say random, and we're going to call this variable crazy, because when things get random, it just gets crazy. And all we have to do is say new random, and then 2 parentheses, and finish our statement. Now we can refer to this, and it's going to know it's a random object, and we can just basically set up some parameters of, like, if we want a random integer, which would be a random number, etc. So now what we're going to do is define some methods within this WTF, where's the fridge, and again we're just going to set the display, or set the text I should say, to WTF, oops, something like that. Next thing we want to do is maybe change the text size. So again we can just say display dot set text size. And here's where the beauty comes in, because we can just say, you know, like 10, something like that, 50, but instead we can just do refer to our random variable that we set up called crazy. So we're going to say crazy dot, and this is how you set up kind of the parameters that you want it to randomly select. So we're going to work with an integer. So we're going to say random integer, and then we're going to tell it how many numbers we want it to choose from. So basically, let's say a good text size would be 75. So this will choose anywhere from, like, you know, 1 through 75, or give us 75 choices. It's just going to randomly pick one. So that kind of sets up our random display, or a random size. And we can also do, you know, display, just to kind of review and show you guys how you can use the random. Again, just get kind of familiar with it. So we're going to say set text color, and within here we're going to refer to the color class, and we're going to hit dot, and this time we're going to use this RGB down here. So as you can see, it takes a red, a green, a blue. If you guys are familiar with, like, Photoshop, or, you know, working with colors on computers, you know that basically you can have a value up to 265 or 266, something like that, for each of these, and then it's going to kind of mix those, the red, the green, and the blue together to get your desired color. So again, we're just going to kind of use a random for each one of these. So we're going to say crazy dot next, oops, next int, and then we're going to give it, within the parameters, 265. I believe that's how many color options there are. And we're just going to copy this for the green and also the blue as well. So it's just going to kind of give us a random mixture of colors each time. So yeah, I mean, that's how we can use the random. And in the next, I mean, we're basically done with the tutorial, like I said, or with this application. But I am going to show you, there's probably going to be 2 more tutorials just showing you guys another kind of Java thing that we can use. It's going to be pretty important, called the switch and case. And then also after the tutorial after that, I'm going to kind of break down some things we can do in Java as well. And then we're going to start building our new application. So I'll catch you guys then. Have a good one. What's up, guys? Welcome to your 30-second Android tutorial. Where again we're going to play with this text play for the most part. Activity. I know it's kind of boring because, you know, text is no fun for the most part. But we're again going to work within this where's the fridge checking statement, and we're going to set up something called a switch and case. Now this is going to be pretty important for a lot of things that we're going to do. Basically what a switch and case is we're going to say, hey, this is what I'm looking for. That's called the switch, that question for the most part. And then we're going to have a lot of answers, and those are called cases. So if we have a case of a certain answer, we can do something within that method. For the most part, it's kind of hard to explain without showing you guys, so let's just set it up. We're going to say switch, and within the switch we're going to give it 3 choices. So we're going to say, you know, either 0, 1, 2. Basically those could be our answers. So the question is, for the most part, what number are you? And how we're going to do that is we're going to again use our random variable that we set up. So we're going to say crazy dot next int, and then we're going to say 3. So that's going to give us 3 choices, and then we just need to set up a new pair of brackets, hit enter, And now we can set up our cases. But again, this is just going to give us a random number for the most part, and the number is going to have basically three choices, or three things that it can choose from. But the number is actually that it's going to display is 0, 1, and 2. So as you can see, those are three numbers, and that's what we're going to set up our cases to be. So basically, we're giving it a random number, and now we can set up a case. So we're going to say case 0, because if we get a random and it's equal to 0, we can do whatever is within here. And then we're going to hit a break statement. And then we can say case 1, and then a colon, and then a break statement. And then we can also have, lastly, case 2, and again a break statement. Now basically it's going to give us a random number, and if we get the answer of 0, we can do whatever's in here, and then it's going to break our case, and it's not even going to look at anything else because it already found the 0. That's basically what the break is. And if it's 1, it's also going to do whatever within here, and 2, it's going to do whatever is within here. Sorry. And so now what we're going to do is basically have this crazy, just set our gravity. So we're just going to copy and paste some of these, such as set the gravity to the left in the case 0, and then set the gravity to the center as for case 1, and set the gravity to the right for case 3, or case 2, I'm sorry, whoops, what's going on? Alright, and so basically that's what I wanted to show you guys in this tutorial. Is basically we can set up a switch where it's give us some choices to choose from, and then it looks for the answer, and we can define a method within there. And also the other thing that's important in this tutorial is this a random variable. When we put 3 here, we're still going to have 3 choices for the most part, but those choices aren't going to be 1, 2, 3, for example. They're going to always start at 0, so it's going to be 0, 1, 2. So now let's just save it and run our application and see what happens for the most part. And also maybe one last thing that we're going to do is set display dot set color here to let's see, I don't know, white I believe is the default, not positive. So there we go. We're gonna resave this. Oh, set text color, I'm sorry. And then we're gonna save this and run it again. And there we go. Here's our text play, and we can just say, Travis, and we're gonna get invalid. And let's just check some other things. We're gonna say blue, and it's gonna change your text to blue, and also have it become blue. And then again, if we say something else, it's going to go back to the invalid. That's basically the last else in our if-else clause. And let's try our new method, where's the fridge? And then if we just keep clicking our try, it's going to kind of set it up in a random place, random color, random size, and random gravity for the most part. So hopefully you guys kind of understand the random and basically what this application can do and everything that we've done with it. I think it's a pretty good kind of introduction to the Java for the most part, and working with the text view and how to use some of those methods. So again, thanks guys for watching, and I'll catch you guys in the next tutorial. Have a good one. What's up guys? Welcome to your 33rd Android tutorial for the new Boston, again with me, Travis. And what we're going to do in this tutorial is I'm going to introduce you guys to how to create a method within Java, because we're going to want to create some methods down the road. But basically this method that we're going to set up is just going to initialize all of our reference points from Java to the XML that we have set up here. So it's not really going to do anything new for our activity, but I just want to show you guys how we can set that up. And the first thing that we're going to do is define just our variable above our onCreate method, because this new method that we're going to use, we want to use these variables in both methods and make sure it's the same. So again, we're just going to go above the onCreate method and just set up our variables such as button Make sure it's the exact same as you guys have it spelled in here within our onCreate method. And we're just going to set them up. So we're going to say button, and we're going to create a button check command. Toggle button was pass. What was it? Pass tog. And then edit text was input, and text view was called display. Now we're just going to delete basically the pre-identifier or the modifier and also the type, because we defined it up here. So basically the final is saying that it's going to be final within this method, since it's only used for one method, the onCreate method. We want both methods to have access to this variable, so we don't need to set it as final anymore. So we're just going to delete the modifier final again and the type for each of these variables. And it's pretty much going to do the same thing, but now what we want to do is create a method that's basically going to hold these 4 commands within there. So we're going to call this method whatever you guys want. Let's say like bacon and eggs. I don't know, just because I'm really hungry right now. And again, a method will use kind of parentheses afterwards. So that's how we're going to set up our method called bacon and eggs, even though it's kind of a terrible description of what the method's going to do, because it's basically just going to do these 4 things. But you know, it's a good way to kind of clean up your code within the onCreate method. And yeah, basically we're using this method called bacon and eggs, but we haven't set it up yet. So an easy way to create a method would just be to hover over it in Eclipse, and it says create the method bacon and eggs. So we're going to click that, and as you guys notice, down at the very bottom, after our onCreate method closes, there's this new method called bacon and eggs, and it's private void. Again, void basically means it's just a method, and it's going to return, well, just think of it as just being a method for the most part. And private is going to say, you know, it's accessible to this class for the most part. So again, instead of public, we could have there as well. So what we're going to do now is just copy or cut and paste this code right here where we set up those reference points to our XML, and we can just place it within this method that we just created called bacon and eggs. And now it's going to register all those basically bridges over to the XML. And so again, when our program starts, it's going to call this onCreate method, and then it's going to set the content view, and then it's going to be like, oh, bacon and eggs. It's not going to do anything below this bacon and eggs method until it calls the bacon and eggs method. And it's going to go shoot down here and be like, oh, what am I supposed to do? It's like, oh, okay, I'll do this real quick. And then it's going to shoot back up to this line of code and just continue onward. So, I mean, it's not, obviously this didn't really change anything with our application, but I just wanted to show you guys, again, kind of emphasize the point that the final will have to be removed when we define it above our method onCreate, so it can be used within multiple methods, and as well as how to set up your own personalized method. And then the next tutorial we're going to get into another thing that we can do with Java is called implementing. We can implement a class, and I'll show you what that does. So again, thanks for watching, guys, and have a good day. What's up, guys? Welcome to your 34th Android tutorial for the new Boston, again with me, Travis. What we're going to do in this tutorial is I'm going to introduce you guys to what implementing means. And just for a minute, imagine an application that we set up, and it has a ton of buttons, and they're all going to be set clickable. So we're going to use this onClick method. And as you can see, we're setting our set onClick listener, and then basically just so we can use this onClick method. And you know, if we had like 20 buttons, this would be kind of tedious and boring to set it up this way, and as well as it adds a ton of code to our class. So basically we can clean this up by just having one onClick listen or onClick method and kind of defining what we want to do within there. So what we're going to do is we're going to scroll up to the top of our class, and it says extends activity, and again when we extend a class, we can use some of the methods, but what we can also do is we can implement a class. So we're going to say implement, and you do that by saying implements, and then you say the class that we're going to implement. And again, we're going to implement the view onClick listener class, so we can basically use the method from that class. So again, we're just going to say view dot onClick listener. There we go. And basically it's giving us an error because anytime we implement something, we have to use all of the methods from that class. Again, when we extend something, we can use the methods from that class, but when we implement, we have to. So that's why it's giving us an error. So if we hover over a class name, it says add unimplemented methods. We're just going to click that, and then if we scroll down to our bottom, again, just kind of like when we set up a method in the last tutorial, it's going to create a new method for us right below that method, and it's called onClick. Basically, that's the same method as right here. So what we're going to do is we're going to set up a switch in case to determine which button has been pressed. So again, this is just kind of a review on the switch in case, but this is also going to kind of introduce you guys to passing in data. I know we did this with our list view, but when this onClick method is called, it gives us which view was pressed. And again, like a button's a view, a text view is a view, all that stuff's a view. So what we can say is v, because they labeled this view, that's the data that they're giving us. For example, we could also say label it view because that's kind of just like a variable, and then we can reference that variable within these brackets. So we're going to say view and hit dot, and we're going to say get ID. And that's going to give us the ID that we set up in the XML of whatever view was pressed. And that's what we're going to look for, a switch in case, and then we're just going to set up a bracket, and we're going to set up two cases because we have two buttons. So we're going to say if the case is r.id. Button results, which was our our command button for the most part, we're going to do whatever is right here, and we're going to hit break. And if it was the case that, the case of r.id.toggle button password, we're going to do whatever is in here. Again, we've set up a break to break the switch, and I'll leave this on for 1 second. Now all we're going to do is transfer our code that we set up within our onClick methods up above. So we have, this is our check command, so we're just going to copy whatever we put in within this onClick method. So it's basically that string and all that other good stuff. Just copy that, and we're going to paste it below. And I grabbed one extra bracket, so you want to do it right here. Copy this, and again, this is for our results, so we're going to say V right there, and then we're just going to kind of delete it out of this onClick listener for the most part. And now it's going to pass in some information, and if it's the ID of basically our check command ID, it's going to do basically that onClick method that we just set up there. Then we're also going to do that with this onClick method as well. So we're just going to copy that or cut that and paste it for if our toggle button was pressed. And then we're just going to kind of clean up some of this code. And instead of doing a new view, we're going to just say, because it's looking for a onClick listener so we can use our onClick method. So now what we can do is we can type this. For the context of our class, this. So it's going to look for through our class and say, hey, we're looking for a view onClick listener, and it's going to be like, oh, we implemented that, and we can use the onClick method. So now this button is going to refer to this onClick method that we set up, and we got that because we implemented it, and then it's going to give us some data for which view was pressed, and if it's the check command ID, it's going to do basically what we set up in our onClick listener before. So again, all we have to do is just type this as well, and look how much cleaner our onCreate method is. Basically, it's only 3 lines of code, and then it refers to either our on-click method or our bacon and eggs method. So that's kind of how Java programming works for the most part. You guys can implement methods, and that way it kind of cleans up the code. And we're just going to check and make sure this works, as always, because it's good to check and check frequently for the most part. So hopefully you guys understood that tutorial for the most part. Again, it's just about implementing for the most part, and when we implement, we have to use all the methods from that class. So this class only has one method, which is called onClick. So again, we're just going to make sure it works by typing WTF, and it looks like it's good. So thanks again for watching, guys. We're going to be kind of implementing some more stuff as we go, but we're going to create a new application in the next tutorial. So thanks again and have a good day. What's up, guys? Welcome to your 35th Android tutorial and for the new boss. And again, my name's Travis. What we're going to do in this tutorial is basically set up our next application. So we're going to create a new XML file by going right-clicking, File, New, Other, and then Android XML file. You guys should be familiar with this. We're going to call it Email XML. Finish. And basically, I'm trying to think of some new things I can introduce you guys to with XML so it doesn't get boring. What we're going to do is we're going to add some edit text, plain text. And you're like, what? This isn't new. You are lame. Which is fine, but what I'm actually going to introduce you guys to is something called a scroll view. So add about 6, 6 is good. 6 edit text, and then we're going to add a text view above each one. Nothing too awesome here. And then we're also going to add, let's see, the date and time thing. We're going to add an analog clock right here, just because we can. Now what we're going to do is we're going to kind of separate some of this code with some linear layouts. So I don't know what that statement is. Alright, and so first we're going to break it into some linear layouts. Oh, also we're going to add a button. Regular button right after our edit text, or our last edit text. And there we go. And then we're going to separate these with 3 linear layouts. So I'm going to set up a linear layout. Again, nothing new for the most part. Linear layout, and we're going to close this statement off here and delete it here, and then just set it up. Android. Basically, I'm going to copy and paste the same setup here. It's going to be vertical orientation. Again, nothing new for you guys. And match parent. And then we're also going to just copy and paste this for our edit button. For our button, I mean, just for a one button class. And then we're also going to copy and paste it for the analog clock as well. And we're going to change all these, the height to them for... Actually, before we do that, we're going to go into add our scroll view. So right here, this top linear layout, this is where we're going to add our scroll view. And basically, the scroll view will allow us to scroll through all of our items within the linear view below. The scroll view has to have a linear view for the most part within its parameters, so we're just going to add a scroll view. Again, Android layout width equals fill parent, and Android layout height is going to equal fill parent as well. Alright, so we have our scroll view set up and we want to wrap our linear view. So we're going to copy this line and paste it below this linear view. Now what we're going to do is we're going to set up all of these other linear views that we set up to have fill parent for the height as well, and then we're going to use the weight method that we're familiar with. Whoops. So kind of a boring tutorial, just get everything set up and introduce you guys to the scroll view for the most part and the analog clock, which I just threw that in there randomly. So there we go. We basically have that set up, and now we're going to add the weight to our top or main linear layout that holds everything else. So we're going to say Android weight sum equals 100, and let's say we're going to give this scroll view weight layout weight, and oops, I was afraid that was going to happen. Okay, layout weight equals, let's say, like I don't know, 20, 30. Let's do 30. Sorry. And then we're going to give this, we're just going to copy this line here. We're also going to add some weight to this linear layout that holds our button, and we're going to give this one 40, and then also this last linear layout we're going to give 30 as well. So 30 plus 40 plus 30 is 100, which we want, and let's check it out. That's pretty good for the most part. I'm also going to basically have this analog clock fill parent for the width and the height, and you know, set this button up to center, but you guys don't really need to know that. As you can see, we only have 3 text views, but you'll be able to scroll through these text views when our application works. So there you go. That's kind of introducing you guys to the scroll view. I know we went quickly, but hopefully it wasn't too complicated. Basically, all you need to know is a scroll view takes a linear view within its parameters, and make sure the linear view that's within the parameters is set to vertical orientation so you can scroll vertically. So thanks again for watching, guys, and I'll catch you guys in the next tutorial. What's up, guys? Welcome to your 36 Android tutorial for the new Boston, again with me, Travis. And what we're going to do in this tutorial is basically set up our Java class and get everything going. And I know it'd be pretty tedious to do it within the video, because that'd just be a waste of time, and you guys already know how to do it. So basically what I've done is I've added the source code to my website, and you guys can just copy and paste. And also what I've done is I've changed this XML, so I've added some IDs to each of these text views, added an ID to the button, and also changed, or to the edit text, I'm sorry, and then also I've changed the text views to some certain text. So what I want you guys to do first is create our new class by right clicking on our package name, and then new class, and you guys have to call this class. If you haven't been following along in the previous examples, you want to follow this one exactly, because we're just going to copy and paste the code. So type this one as email with a capital E, hit OK. We're just going to get this email class set up real quick. So what we want to do first is, if my computer will load here, what we're going to do is open up our menu class and change the example 3 to email, again to match your class name. We also need to set up in the manifest. I know I said I wouldn't show you guys that again, but since this is just a tutorial where I'm going to walk you through the code that I've already set up, might as well walk you through manifest again. So we're just going to copy and paste this last activity called text play and change it to email, so the manifest realizes our email class. Save that, and then open up your email XML, go into the source code, and we're just going to copy and paste. So again, my website is mybringback.com. Once you guys go there, go to the tutorial section, and as that loads, over here on the left side under the Android, there should be the new Boston Android series. Click on that, and you guys have the XML and the Java for this tutorial, because again, it's not too important. So click the XML, grab that, and copy it all, and then paste it into your XML here. If you guys get an error, like if you save it after you got done copying and pasting, basically you're going to get error like this if this line is not on your first line of code. So make sure there's no spaces above that first line, and then just save it, and it should get rid of that error. Now within the open up your email Java class, and what we're going to do is delete the public class here, because that's what I've included. You guys want to keep your package name, and then we're going to go back to where I said the tutorial section on my website and click the email.java, and again grab everything that's available here. And I know there's a lot, but it's pretty simple, pretty much all stuff we've gone through already. I'm going to walk through what the code is exactly after we set this up. So then just paste it there, hit save, and then I'm going to walk you through what I've set up. So basically what I've set up is all of our edit text, because we had 6 edit texts within our XML file. I just kind of added some reference to those. we also created 6 strings. Basically the string is going to be getting the text from our edit text and converting it to a string for the most part, and then it's set to a string variable. And we also labeled a button, since we have a button within our application, that's going to send an email. So then we go to the onCreate method. It sets the content view to that XML layout called email that we set up, and then it initializes the variables. So we created a new method like I showed you guys in the last tutorial called an initialized variables. Set that up and basically adds a reference or a bridge over to the XML like we always do. That's all that method's going to do. Pretty simple. And then basically we also implemented the onClick listener, so that's going to add the onClick method right here. And then so we set our button up equal to that onClick listener that we implemented. So what that onClick listener is going to do, because now it's going to shoot down to that onClick listen method, what that's going to do is going to I also created this method to basically grab all the text from the edit views and convert it to the string variables we set up. So it's going to do this method called convert edit text variables into strings, and yes, this is a method we created. And so that's going to shoot us down to this new method right here that I just created off, whatever. And again, that's going to take our edit text variables, or I'm sorry, these are our string variables on the left. And then it's going to take an edit text, and then it's going to get the text and set it to a string. We've done that before. Basically all this stuff for the most part we've done. There's not too much new, but just so you guys don't get confused, I'm walking through everything. That's going to do that for all of our string variables that we want to set up. And basically what this application is going to do, it's going to send a hateful email. Because if you guys like sending hateful emails, I know on my tutorial series I sometimes get some hate mail. So if you guys want to send me some hate mail, here's a pretty good application that we're going to build to send that. So there we go. We set up some string variables, basically just according to our whatever is in the edit text that coincides with that variable. And then we're going to go back to our onClick method, because after that's done, after that method gets called, it's going to read this next method, which is going to be our email address. And this is the string variable that we set up right here, but we need an email, or a string array I should say, for sending the email, or what we're going to build here. So basically that's going to just create an array out of a single string for the most part. Again, you guys should be kind of familiar with that as well. And then within this onClick method, it's also going to create a message. So it's going to say, well, hello, and then it's going to take the variable, which is a string variable we set up here according to the edit text. And so it's going to say like, hello, Travis, or whatever that is. And then that's, again, this is stuff that we've done before, not too difficult. But it's just going to say, well, hello in text, and then say plus, and then a variable, plus, within quotations, so some more text, plus another variable, string variable that we set up, plus, etc. And again, this is all just basically one line of code, so we have to finish off our statement right here. The only new thing within this basically message variable, or the string message that's new, is we added this line right here, which will basically, that's basically like the return button when you're typing a message, like, hey there, and then just hit, basically if you add this line within single quotations, it's going to start a new line for the most part, so it's going to be like PS dot I think I love you or whatever. So there we go. That's basically a walkthrough of what I've done, and hopefully that gets you set up. And the only other thing we did is I added an on pause method as well. That's just going to finish the activity once this goes on pause. So hopefully you guys kind of understand what this Java class is. I didn't want to type it all out because I figured there's nothing new that we've done for the most part. But it's a good, if you guys want to create this yourself, it'd be a good kind of learning thing to do as homework for the most part. If you don't want to copy and paste and try and set it up yourself, go ahead. That'd be a great activity for you. But I just didn't want to waste time within the series just setting up a lot of stuff that we already know how to do. Again, this still might not be perfectly clear in your mind, so if you guys study this text as well, you'll be able to break it down for the most part. So that's why I created that for you. So again, thanks for watching, guys. In the next tutorial, we'll actually get into how to send an email and how to use an intent to open up the kind of default email of the person's phone. So thanks again for watching. I'll catch you guys in that tutorial. Have a good one. What's up, guys? Welcome to your 37th Android tutorial for the new boss, and to finish up our email Java class. And you know, thinking about it now, this application for the most part is pretty pointless. You don't learn a lot of new stuff, but what we are going to learn is sending an email using kind of the default email from the Android phone. So what we're going to do is we're going to do that through our button. So when our button's clicked, it's going to call this onClick method, and it's going to set up this message, etc. So we're going to go below where the message is set up, and again, what we're going to do is start an activity, but we're going to use, instead of an intent for a class that we already have, we're going to use the intent that basically is going to reference the phone for the email. So start up an email application. And so what we're going to do first, what we're going to do is set up an intent, just like we set up all other types of intents for the most part. And so we're going to say intent, and we're going to call this email intent, something like that, and hit enter. And then just again, we have to import the intent and say new intent, just like always. And this time what we're going to put in the parameters is we're going to reference something from the Android SDK, and it's going to be called Android content dot intent dot action send. And you have some of these other actions that you can call, such as like action answer, call, if you're going to call someone for the most part. And again, you can click on them and see what they do. I just wanted to show you guys that we can use some intents to start up some applications that the phone has. And this one, what we're going to call, or basically this one is going to be called action send. It's going to deliver some data to someone, as you can see. So we're going to pick that and just end the closing statement. And now what we're going to do is add some stuff to this intent to make it unique. So what we're going to add is basically the email we're sending it to first. So we're going to reference our variable that we set up, email intent dot, and then we say put extras, because we're going to put some extra stuff in there. And as you can see, most of these have two things within the parameters: a string name, which again is going to reference something from the SDK, and then the data we want to pass through there. So we're just going to click on one of these, and for the first one, again, it's kind of a string reference, and again we're say Android content dot intent dot extra email. And I'm just going to scroll through here. Basically what this action name is basically going to refer to what email we're sending to. And again, it's going to take, or for this one, it's going to take a string array. So that's why we had to create this string array right here, even though we're using just one string for the most part. So this has to be a string array, otherwise it's not going to work. And so we're going to use this variable we set up called email address, and then end our statement. Let's put some other things within this email. So we're going to say email intent, adding to the intent again by saying put extras, or put extra. And we're going to now add, like, basically, you know, the subject of the email, and we're going to say Android again dot content dot intent. And again, like, if you guys ever want to build a, you know, an email address, for the most part you probably aren't going to remember all these action names, so we're just again building kind of a reference pack that you guys can use later. So we're going to say now is extra subject, because it's going to be the subject of the email, and we're going to say I hate you, something like that. Make it nice and friendly. And what else can we do? Or we're going to add our actual message and put that within the actual body of the email. So again, put extra, and this time we're going to say Android content dot intent, and this time it's going to be called extra text. And as for the value, we're going to use this message, or this string that we set up, where it covers basically all of our variables and stuff. So we're just going to say message, again, our string values. And also what we want to do before this line, I just realized, is we want to set the kind of the typeface for the most part, kind of tell it what kind of type we want. So again, we're just going to say Android intent dot set type, and we're going to say within quotations plain / text in quotations, and that'll kind of set it to plain type text. There we go. We've pretty much set up our intent now. It's going to pass on, for the most part, or put extras within the whatever email we want to send it to, give it a subject, and also give it the actual message. And then all we have to do is say start activity. And then what intent do we want to start? We want to start up this intent that we've been kind of defining. So there we go. That's basically the end of the tutorial, and our application is done. I'll show you guys what it looks like. It's not going to run on the emulator because I'll explain that in the video. What's up, guys? So here's our application. I'm just going to open it up, and as you can see, there's text down here, so that's why it's all kind of squished right here. But we have a scroll view for the most part. I'm going to put in an email and test it out. My email, if you guys want to send me one, is travis@mybringback.com, just to make sure it works. And then hateful intro, we're just going to say you're a douche. I know it's supposed to be apostrophe ER, but who cares? Most hateful people don't really care about grammar. So person's name, we're going to say Travis, and that's spelled wrong as well. Who cares? Stupid things that this person does. Make tutorials, I should say. What you want this person to do, cry, and hateful outro, later, loser. Alright, so basically we filled in all our parameters, and now when we hit this button, it's going to start the email intent, which is going to look like this. Let me see if I can focus it. And so it's going to select all the email applications that the user has on their phone. That's why we can't use the emulator, because there's no email actions for the most part, and you have to have basically be signed into email, because you have to send this email from a certain email address as well. So I'm just going to click Gmail, and look, it fills out our body. It has the subject, I hate you, and where basically which email we're sending to from right there. And that's an easy way to send hate mail for the most part. If you guys want, it just says, hello Travis, I wanted to say that you're a douche. Not only that, but I hate when you make tutorials. That just makes me really crazy. I just want to make you cry. Well, that's about all I wanted to chit chatter about. Oh, and later, loser. Oh, also, if you get bored, you should check out mybringback.com. P.S. I think I love you. So it's kind of a weird thing, and obviously, sorry, I was having trouble reading that because I was trying to look at my camera and at my phone at the same time. But all right, anyways, so that's the end of this tutorial, guys. Have a good one. Peace. And just to show you, it's sending a message as well. What's up, guys? Welcome to your 38th Android tutorial for the new Boston. Again, it's me, Travis. What we're going to do in this tutorial, or what we're going to start building in the next few tutorials, is basically an application that we can use the camera's phone, or the phone's camera, and then set that picture that we capture up to the phone's background or wallpaper of the actual phone. So it's going to be a pretty cool little application for the most part. But as always, we're going to have to set up the XML layout, and we're going to introduce a few new items within the XML layout. So we're going to say other Android XML file, and we're going to call this photo. All lowercase again. Every time you guys make an XML or anything under a resource folder, again lowercase. Hopefully you guys know that by now. And that's crazy. XML. I don't know, for some reason when I use the screen capture, my computer is super slow. But what we're going to add in this tutorial is basically we're going to add two buttons, and first an image view for the most part. So that's going to kind of give us where we're going to get our image back from. And it gives you a couple default items that you can set it up to start with. See, I usually don't use the drag and drop, so I was kind of wondering what this is. But yeah, we're going to start with the icon, the default image that they give us, just, you know, for simplicity's sake. And then we're going to go in and add two buttons. One to access the phone, and actually I'm trying to think what we can do that's different. You can add an image button as well. We're going to throw one of those in there and hit OK. So as you can see, the image button kind of adds an image within there if you want, and then when you click that, we're going to take a picture, and then when we click this button, it's going to set the picture to the paper, or to the wallpaper for the most part. So I mean, nothing too new, but a little bit. So let's change the width and the height of our image view to like something like 250 dp for both the width and the height. Change our image button, let's say the width to like 125 dp, wrap content, and then our button will say 125 as well. Now let's just change the references real quick. Image view, so IV for image view, and we're going to call this returned picture, because once our camera takes a picture, it's going to return that picture and set it as that image view. And then let's go to our image button, IB for image button, and we're going to say take picture, take pic, something like that. And lastly, just a regular button, let's say set wallpaper, and change the button text for the most part to set wallpaper as well. So nothing too new in this tutorial. As you can see, the image view is new. I guess we could probably oh, I must have set the height, so I'm going to change that real quick. You guys probably noticed that as I was doing it, and you're like, oh, you're an idiot, Travis. And I'm like, yeah, I am. Just kidding. But there we go. Hopefully that looks a little bit better. Maybe we want to center this, so we're just going to say Android layout gravity equals centered, and just copy that code and paste it for all these other ones as well. So not too pretty there for that, but you know, basically that should work for the most part. Yeah, that should work. So that's basically the setup for the XML, and then we're going to get into our programming in the next few tutorials and finish this up. But again, thanks for watching, guys, and I hope you have a good one. What's up, guys? Welcome to your 39th Android tutorial for the new Boston. What we're going to do in this tutorial is basically set up a new class. As you can see, I've already done it for the most part. And what we're going to do is call this class Camera. And again, what I want you guys to do is go into your menu class, change one of those string variables to our class name Camera, and then also set it up in the manifest. Now, I've basically set up this sorry, I'm cleaning up some stuff that I was just practicing. I make sure I got this application set up right for the most part. I basically set up the general setup for any activity that we have set up so far. I created the onCreate method, and then I set the content view to that XML layout we just set up, and I also initialized or created this method called initialized. That's where I set up all my references, and I also set up my onClick listeners. Now, as you can see, I said this, so we need to implement and create an onClick method for the most part. I just wanted to show you guys that because you guys might have some trouble setting that up. For the most part, I've gotten emails sometimes when I do tutorials like this. So again, we say implement view.onClickListener, and we try and import that for the most part. and it's giving us an error and we can't do anything. We're like, what's going on? What I like to do is just basically type out view for the most part, and then let's see if I can import it like that. Yeah, just hover over it after you type view within your actual class. Then you just hit import view, delete this here, and then it's pretty much good to go. If not, it'll just ask you to change this to on-click listener and delete the view sometimes. But hopefully that's good to go. I just want to show you guys that that's how you get rid of that error for the most part. And now we can say add unimplemented methods, and I just copied and pasted because I set up basically a switch that would take in, well, I need to change it now, take in the view that was pressed, get the ID, and determine whether it is the set wallpaper button or again the take the picture button. So basically same kind of setup we've done already, but now what we're going to do is we're going to basically get our application to take a picture and return some data. So what we want to do is we're going to kind of use the same process that we did for our, I forgot what we made for our email application. So we're going to open an intent, and we're going to set that intent equal to basically the camera application. So we're going to say we're going to define our intent up above our classes so we can use it in multiple methods. So we're going to say intent I is what we're going to call this intent, and then within the take picture switch in case that you guys will set up, just hit I equals new intent, just like we've always done. And basically the camera application is in our manifest. We don't see it, but it has an action name. So we're going to refer to the action name of the camera by going android.provider media store. Basically all our media is within the media store package or class. Then we hit dot and we have some choices. We can either get a camera capture, or I'm sorry, a image capture or video capture for action. So we're going to use image capture because we're going to take a picture and then try and get that data back. So now what we need to do is basically start our intent. So we're going to say start activity, but we want it to return some data to us for the most part. We want to get the picture that was taken. So instead of just saying start activity, we're going to say start activity for result. And this is an actual method. I didn't make this one up. It kind of looks like something I make up. But we're going to start an activity for a result. And then within the brackets, what we're going to do is we're going to set up our intent. And then we're going to hit a comma and basically set up a variable that we're going to collect that's going to collect the data. And it's going to be an integer type variable. So we're going to say camera data is what we're going to call this variable. And we're going to set this up since we don't have a variable yet called camera data. We're going to again set this up above our classes. So we're going to say int for integer and camera data, and we're actually going to set this equal to 0. And you guys also need to say final static, which will basically mean it's going to stay. I mean, don't worry about that again. That's for Java for the moment. But basically we set up an integer variable that's equal to 0, and then we're going to start an activity for the result and pass in an intent, which will be opening our camera activity, and then we're going to get some data back from the most part. I'll show you guys how to get that data back in the next tutorial. Hope you guys watch and enjoy. So have a good one, and see you then. What's up, guys? Welcome to the big 4-0 for the New Boston, again with me, Travis. What we're going to do in this tutorial is basically kind of get the result of our intent that we're starting an activity for and setting our image view equal to the picture that we take. So what we're going to do is we're going to go below this bracket. I don't even know if you have to, but basically we're going to use a method from the activity class called onActivityResult, and that's going to basically allow us to get the data, make sure it's okay, and then we're going to set up our image view within this method. So again, we're just going to right click, go to source, override, implement methods, and we're going to scroll down for on activity result. On activity result, and it gives us some information again. It's going to pass in an int, another int, and the intent. So we're going to add that method, and it's going to be added right here, and it just again gave us some data. One is a request code, one is a result code, and one is the, they labeled them that, and it's one's called labeled data. So now what we're going to do is we're going to go within this method, and this might be kind of confusing, but I'm going to do another little application about kind of passing information between two activities, so it'll kind of sink in a little bit better. But what we're going to say if, and then within quotations, result code, which again is the information they gave us right here. We're just going to check out if it's okay, if we actually got some information from that activity that we started. Because whenever we use this start activity for result, we also want to have this method on activity result. And then it's going to give us some information. Hey, did it turn out okay? For the most part. And then it's going to give us some data if it did. So what we're going to do is say if it turned out okay for the most part, and we can use a control or a little variable for the method, or like a method or something called result okay. And then we're just going to add some brackets, and if everything's okay, as you can see, if you hover over it, it says standard activity result, operation succeeded. So basically we're checking if the operation succeeded, and then if it did, we're going to try and set up some stuff. If it didn't, it's not going to set up anything. So that's kind of a safety. Basically we add this if statement for some safety. And now what we're going to do is we're going to get the information. So we're going to say bundle, which is a bundle variable, and we're going to call this E for like extras. Actually, I'll just type it out because it might make a little bit more sense. We're going to say E extras, then we're going to reference this intent that it passed in. So we're going to say intent, which was labeled data, then we're going to say dot get extras. And basically when we start our camera activity, when it closes, it's going to put extras, just like we did with our email activity. Because when we set up our intent, we put some extras in there, and then the next activity got those extras. That's what we're kind of doing. We're doing the backside of it. This time, instead of putting extras, we're getting some extras. So we're basically just going to collect the extras from the data or the intent that was passed in through this method, and it's going to be of the type bundle. And now what we're going to do is we're going to set up a bitmap based on that bundle. So we're going to say, or actually we need to set up the bitmap for a whole class again, so we're just going to scroll up and type bitmap like that, and then create the import our bitmap class so we can use that. Then scroll back down, and now we're going to set up that bitmap variable. We're going to say bitmap is equal to, and then within parentheses bitmap, and then we're going to say extras, which is basically this bundle. Extras dot get, and then within quotations we're going to say data. And that is a key. Basically, I'll show you guys how to set up. We're going to set up keys and pass those keys through. But basically, for the most part, it's just a key reference, and it's called data. So for the most part, you don't really need to know what that is at the moment, because we're going to jump into this whole idea, this whole concept of passing data between activities one more time in the future for this series. So don't worry too much if you guys are getting confused with this, because we're going to break it down even more. Just wanted to show you guys how we can get some extras from an activity, and then we're going to set up a bitmap based off of those extras. And when we put it in parentheses, it's basically saying we're looking for a bitmap type object or whatever. So there we go. We're set up our bitmap. All we have to do now is say IV for our image view that we set up in this is the image view of our XML, and we referenced it in Java and we called it IV for image view, and then we're just going to say set image bitmap. So there we go. As you can see, it takes a bitmap within its parameters. So we're going to set this bitmap equal to the bitmap we just got right here. So we're going to say BMP, and then we're good to go. It should set our picture. I'm going to run it. I'm not positive if it'll work on the emulator, but if not, I'll show you guys on my phone in the next tutorial when we actually complete this whole application. So, and again, I know this might have been confusing, the whole data passing stuff, but hopefully some of you guys caught on to it for the most part. And again, we'll review it. So when we hit this button, it goes to the on-click listener, and then it opens our camera activity. What? Opens our camera activity. We can take a picture. What? What? Alright, well, hopefully we can get this resolved in the next tutorial where we'll finish our application and everything. So I'll see you guys then. Sorry if it was confusing and it didn't work for the most part, but I'll catch you guys then. Have a good one. What's up, guys? Welcome to your 41st tutorial for the new Boston. And what we're going to do in this tutorial is basically finish up our application, and we're going to briefly talk through everything, and we're also going to learn about permissions in this tutorial. It's quite a few things, but it's going to be pretty simple. And I did check it on my phone. Basically, the emulator is messed up in the last tutorial. I don't know if it can't use the camera application or what, but it does work on my phone anyways. So what we're going to do now is basically get that image or this bitmap that we collected from the data that was received after our camera application finished. We're just going to set that picture to the actual phone's background, even when they aren't using our application, you know, the wallpaper of the actual phone. So it's going to be pretty simple. Now that we have this bitmap set up, we're going to use a bitmap to set the application or the wallpaper of the actual phone. So how we can do that is we're going to say get application, and I'm sorry, this is within our, if our other button was pressed, our set wallpaper button was pressed, that's where we're setting this up within that switching case in our on-click method. So we're going to say get application context, and that's going to be a method that gets the context of our phone, and we can use some methods on that. And there's one called set wallpaper, pretty self-explanatory of what that does. So we're just going to scroll down. I was just seeing if there's some other ones I could show you guys. Set wallpaper, as you can see, it takes a bitmap, and we're just going to put our bitmap in there called BMP and finish our statement, and it's going to give us an error because again, this is something kind of sketchy. It might not always work, so we're going to have to surround a try and catch with it. So just click that, and it's going to put it within a try bracket and catch the exception, input output exception. That's what that stands for, and then it's just going to print it to the debugger or throw it around. So there we go. We pretty much finished this application, and the only other thing we need to do is, because we are setting the wallpaper, we're going to have to add a permission. And I briefly talked about this in the past, but we do that within the Android manifest. So again, we open up the manifest, and there's this permissions tab right here. So we're going to add a permission to our application, and we're just going to say uses permission, and we can scroll through some of the permissions that we can use. And now there's a permission within this called Android.permission set wallpaper, I believe it is, something like that. But yes, set wallpaper. And you're probably wondering, maybe you aren't, but I just wanted to talk about it. You're like, okay, so we can use the camera, we can send emails, and we don't need permission for that, but we need permission to set the wallpaper. Well, basically, the reason we don't need permissions for those two other things that we've done, such as a wallpaper, or I'm sorry, such as sending an email, and what else? What did I just say? Man, it is getting too late. It's like 4 in the morning right now. Basically, those other two things, setting an email and using the camera, we can use those because we aren't actually defining those activities. Those are kind of standard activities, and to use those activities when they created basically the email activity. That's where they set up those permissions. So we're just using a different activity for the most part, or a different application altogether. Same with the camera. So if we set up our own custom camera, we'd probably have to use a permission for that. But the only permission we need to set up for application is to set the wallpaper. So we're going to add that and hit just enter or whatever. And then when we go into the manifest, you see they add that right here, right outside our application bracket. So if you guys feel like typing it out, you can type it there, or again just right below our application right here. That's where I generally set mine up, but when you do it through the easy tab right here, sets it up above it. Not a big deal. So our application works. I'm going to run it on my phone and show you guys some of the errors that this application has, and then we're going to fix those errors in the next couple tutorials. So alright, what's up guys? So here's our camera application that we just set up, and basically, I don't know if you can see. Alright, so we're going to try and take a picture, and it opens up our camera activity as you can see here. I'm just going to take a quick pic, and then it's going to say, is that okay, or is that okay, are you guys done? We're going to say done, and there, oh dang it, well there's one of the errors that I wanted to show you guys. Basically when we tilt our camera, that picture goes away. But just to show you guys that this activity or this application actually works, I'm going to take a picture like this, and then hit done, and as you can see, there is our image view right here, and it has that picture I just took. And then we can say set wallpaper, and we're going to add like a little display so it gives the person using the application a little bit of security that it did set the wallpaper. But I wanted to show you guys the error that if it tilts, it goes back to our default image up there. So that's something we have to get rid of. And then also another thing that we can do that's a problem, oops, as you can see, once it has that default bitmap right there and we hit set wallpaper, it's going to force close our application. But as you can see, I'm outside of our application now. I'm in my actual home page, and it has that picture set as the background. I don't know if you can tell that. Looks pretty blurry and everything, but that's fine. So our application for the most part works. We're going to fix some of those errors in the next tutorials. So I'll catch you guys then. What's up guys? Welcome to your 40-second Android tutorial for the new boss, and again with me, Travis. What we're going to do in this tutorial is basically break through or talk through our application for the most part, get you guys a little more comfortable with what we're doing, and also fix one of the errors that we're having. So basically one of the errors that we're having is if we try and set the wallpaper right when our application starts, it's going to give us an error and crash our program. So what we're going to do to fix that is basically set our bitmap up to equal something at the beginning before our application starts. So there, if they actually hit the set wall, it's just going to set it to our default icon that shows in our image view. But quickly, let's just break through or talk through. Why do I keep saying breakthrough? We're going to talk through our application, get you guys again hopefully familiar with what we're doing. All we're doing is setting the content view, set up some variables so we can use it within different methods, and then we're using this initialize method that just kind of sets all of our references and sets our on-click listeners for our two buttons. Once one of those buttons are pressed, it's going to go to this on-click method. It's going to determine which button was pressed by the switch in case. It's going to get the ID of the button that was pressed. If his button set wall, it'll do this. If his button set picture or take picture, it'll do this method within this case. Now if it is the set picture or take picture button or image view button, it's going to start a new intent. Again, the intent action name of the camera application that comes with your phone, and then it's going to start that activity for a result, giving some data back. And then once we get done using that activity, our camera activity, it's going to come back, give us some data through this on activity result method, just give us some stuff that we can work with. We're going to check if it worked, if it's successful, if we got a picture, we got some data back for the most part by using this result code, which is our second parameter that gets passed in. If that's okay, we're going to get the bundle or get the extras from that activity, and then we're going to set up a bitmap based on that activity. Then we're going to set the image view based off of our bitmap. So it's kind of confusing, especially like you're like, okay, I don't really understand these two lines for sure. That's okay, guys, for the most part right now. Don't worry too much about that. Again, we're just kind of learning Java and some of the methods and some of the stuff that we can do with Android. So what we're going to do to fix our first error, this bitmap error that we're getting if we try to set, the wallpaper right as our application starts, basically our bitmap is not set to anything, so that's what it's referencing when we say set wallpaper. It's going to say set the wallpaper to basically our bitmap right here. So what we need to do is define this bitmap at the beginning, and how we're going to do that is we're going to define it a different way than we did right here. You're like, dang it, man, I don't, what are you doing? I don't even understand this. I'm sorry, guys, but you will in time, trust me, I promise you guys. So what we're going to do is we're going to do it a different way, setting up the bitmap by input stream, and we're going to set it up that way. Now it's basically kind of confusing, but for the most part, the input stream is going to get us some input from our, our resource folder, our drawable folder here, and just basically set it to the default image. We're going to set it to the icon for the most part. So we're going to set up our bitmap within the onCreate method after everything gets initialized or variables get set up. So we're going to say bitmap, or actually let's do it this way. We're going to say input stream, and we're going to say is for input stream equals, how's that blue? I'm going to import that, and we're going to set this equal to something, a method called get resources, because again, our image or icon PNG is within our resource folder, so we're going to say get resources, and that's just going to be a method that kind of relates to our resources for the most part. And again, it's a method, so it has parentheses, and we're going to say dot, and we're going to say open raw resources. You guys are probably thinking it's referring to this raw folder. For the most part, it's not. Just still think of that as accessing our resource folder. So we're going to click that, and then we're going to say whatever image we want to set up, r.drawable dot, and then we can pick an image that we want basically to set as the background if the person doesn't take the picture and just use that set button, set wallpaper. So we're going to set their background as the icon, which is pretty lame. That'll teach them not to take a picture and set their background that way. So basically we set up an input stream, and now we need to decode this input stream as we set up our bitmap. So we're going to say bitmap, basically our bitmap variable, and we're going to set it equal to basically this input stream. But we have to decode an input stream for the most part. I know this is kind of confusing as well, but just to get our application working, and we'll get into more detail as well as we go through the series, promise you guys. And we're going to refer to the class bitmap factory. We need to import this class. It's not allowing us to do so yet. So we just hit bitmap factory, decode stream, or decode, what is it? Input stream? No, decode stream, I believe. And then there we go. Again, import the bitmap factory for the most part. You guys will probably have to do that. I might have done that already when I was just messing around, make sure this works. And now what we're going to do is we're going to decode the stream, basically our input stream that we're set up here called is. So that's going to basically set up our bitmap to equal something in our resources. And how we do that is the bitmap factory dot decode a stream, and then we throw in whatever stream we want it to decode, which is getting our resources. For the most part, that's what these two things will do. And this is our actual bitmap that we want to decode for the most part. So hopefully that kind of makes sense, guys. I'll get rid of one of our errors, and then in the next tutorial we'll get rid of the other error as our emulator turns on its side. So I know it's kind of confusing, guys. Please stick with the series, and I will catch you guys in the next tutorial. Have a good one. What's up, guys? Welcome to your 43rd Android tutorial for the new boss, and again with me, Travis. What we're going to do in this tutorial is basically fix our other error that we have within our Android. That's an annoying little splash sound. What we're going to do is fix basically our this other error that we're getting when we take a picture, it sets it, and then when our emulator goes off to its side, such as, let's see, like this, it's going to reset the picture back to this default icon. And before we get started, it's going to be a real quick tutorial, but before we get started, I want to show you guys how to turn the emulator outside. Pretty simple. I believe if you guys just shut off your numpad, if you guys are on Windows, and then just hit 7 or 9 on your numpad, it'll change it. Or you can hit Control F11. It's not working for me. I think it might be a Mac thing, but I believe it's Control F11 and F12 or F10, one of those, and that'll change the emulator over to, basically, this is landscape mode and this is portrait mode, which is going to be important for this tutorial. But basically what we're going to do is we're going to fix the orientation, and also, now that I think about it, just I mean, you guys don't really probably care about this, but this little app name, we can do that as well. We're going to change that. So that's what we're going to do in this tutorial, pretty quickly, pretty simply. And how we do that is we set that code up within the Android manifest. So I want you guys to open that up and scroll down to our camera application. And first, to change this title, it's referring to the string variable app name. So you guys can change this to like camera application or something like that if you want. And then it'll change the title, or label I should say. Nothing too important, but we can also set up some different initialization kind of codes within this activity. Opening bracket of the activity of our class that we want to mess around with, and we can use basically a code called Android dot, and as you guys can see, there's quite a few different codes we can do within the manifest, so that's pretty neat. We're going to say set orientation, I believe it is, but now it's not coming up, so I gotta make sure. I gotta think. I believe it's set orient. No. Oh yeah. I always mess up on this one for some reason. It's screen orientation, and we can set the screen orientation either to landscape or portrait. So what we want to do is have it kind of like this, because we kind of set it up in XML for a portrait view. So we're going to keep it portrait the whole time. So is that how you spell portrait? I believe so. Let's check it out, make sure my spelling's right. And basically that's the end of the tutorial. Pretty quick like I said. Oh, and also this brings up another point. If you guys want to run your actual application on your Android phone, if you guys have an Android phone, I don't really want to waste my time within the series telling you guys how to do that, but on my website I have a blog post that kind of walks you guys through that. And if you guys have any additional questions of what we're doing, if I'm not making sense, you guys can contact me through that email I did in that other tutorial where we set up that hate mail or whatever. You guys can contact me at that email, and I'll try and help you guys out as the best I can. And you know, because I can't really get any feedback, because Bucky wants like 200 tutorials, so I can't see if I'm moving too fast or if everything that I say is confusing. I know some things are confusing for the most part, but it'll get better. Some of those things will get better, but some I just don't know if you guys are completely confused on like the life cycle, like, you know, the activity, extending activity, if you guys are still confused about that or not. But I know some of the bitmap and still that list view is probably kind of confusing, but let's check out, make sure our application works. As you can see, we changed the application name right here, and when we switch it over to landscape mode, it's a fixed orientation at portrait mode, so it's not going to re-change basically everything, and that will get rid of that error that we had with this bitmap. And I know I told you guys about running it on your phone. I don't know if I told you guys I have a blog post or not on my website, but I know I started saying that, but I'm not sure if I said that or not. So again, my website's mybringback.com, so you guys can check that out and get some additional help, as well as some more Android tutorials. I have a basic series. If you aren't liking the way that I'm teaching this one, it's kind of a different teaching style, but hopefully you guys like this tutorial. Pretty neat, especially for game development. A lot of times you want to set the screen orientation to landscape only. So that's how you can do that, is just with this code within the Android manifest for the activity that you're working for. So again, guys, thanks for watching. I'll catch you in the next tutorial. Peace. What's up, guys? Welcome to your 44th Android tutorial for the new boss, and again with me, Travis. And what we're going to do is kind of give you guys a review on passing data, getting data, starting an activity for a desired result. So we're going to build kind of our own application, and kind of, because I mean we briefly talked on those subjects, but it's kind of probably confusing for the most part, so we're going to build our own application and break it down for the most part. So what we need to do is set up two XML layouts, so I'm just going to hit set those up real quick. I'm going to call one send.xml, and I'm going to call the other one get for the most, well, I don't know what I'm going to call this. Yeah, get, or yeah, there we go. Basically, in our get XML, it's going to be a pretty simple layout. We aren't really going to care about the layout for the most part. We're just going to add an edit text, so under our text fields, plain text right there, and two buttons, and then a text view. But we are going to do something new with this layout for the most part, so stay tuned for that. But two buttons and an edit text. And let's go into the XML, because this is what I'm going to teach you guys that's new for the most part. Instead of linear layout, we're going to learn about relative layout, because some of you guys might like this for developing and whatnot. So instead of linear view, just type relative layout, and there we go. And then delete our orientation because we won't need that. And let's set up our edit text, the ID and all that stuff for all these things. So our edit text is right here, and we're going to change this to et send, because we're going to send some data through the edit text. And then it's pretty good. For a button, we're going to say start activity for the text, and our other button we're going to say start activity for result. Just kind of get this boring stuff set up for the most part. Not result, and then B, we're going to say SAFR for start activity for result, and then B just BSA for the edit. And then for our text view, we're going to say TV for text view, and then got, and leave it as text view for now. It doesn't really matter. Then what we're going to do is what we can find with the relative layout is the positioning for the most part. As you can see, it's kind of messed up at the moment. Everything's kind of set in the same position. So what we're going to do is we have this, basically our edit text here. This line's messing me up for the most part. We have the edit text, and what we're going to do is just kind of lay out these buttons according to the other little items within here. So what we're going to say is Android for our button, Android, and then we can say layout, then we can say like below, I believe, and then we just add the reference of whatever ID that we want to lay it below. So we're going to say at ID /et send, and let's check that out, save it, and it's going to put it below. Then another method we can use is like aligning that button. So we're going to say Android, and then we're going to align it according to the parent, which is the ID reference that we just set up. So we're going to say Android layout align parent right. So we're going to set it up to the right of basically the text view, and it's going to align it to that. And we need to set this to true or false, so we're going to say true, and as you can see, it moves this button over here. Now we're just going to set this start activity for result to the left of this button that we just set up. So we're going to say Android layout left, or to the left of, and then we just Sorry, I always, for some reason, to the left of, and then we have to reference ID again, so we're going to say ID forward slash whatever ID of that button was. So that was ID BSA, so ID BSA, and then check that out. It's going to be aligned to the left, but what we're now going to do is set basically the top alignment to the left of that parent as well. Or you'll see. I'm sorry. It's kind of hard to talk and think at the same time, man. But so now what we're going to do is basically say to the left of, and then we also say layout, and we have to set up the alignment. So we're going to say align top, and then we can set this equal to basically our reference as well. So we're going to say at ID forward slash BSA, not question mark, forward slash BSA, and check that out. And it's going to align the top with the top of this pretty much alignment. Now, see, I mean, I don't know if you guys want to use relative layout or not, but I just thought I'd show you guys the option. All we need to do now is change this text view as well. So we're going to say, just quickly, Android layout, and then below at whatever that button was called. So that's the at ID forward slash B start activity for result. And you know, that's good enough for the most part. You could also set the alignment to there as well, but I just wanted to show you guys the relative layout, how that works, and then we're also going to set up our other layout in the next tutorial. So I'll catch you guys then. Peace. What's up, guys? Welcome to your 45th Android tutorial for the new Boston. What we're going to be doing in this tutorial is basically setting up our other XML layout called send. And if you guys didn't like that last tutorial where we did relative layout, I'm totally with you guys, because I hate relative layout. I learned on linear layouts, and it's pretty simple. You can get pretty much the same result. So we're going to work with a linear layout within this one. So what we need to do, or what we're going to do for the most part, is set a text. Again, we aren't going to get into too much detail. I just wanted to introduce you guys to something called radio buttons and a radio group. But we're going to say enter text, and then we're going to scroll through our form widgets, and there should be there's radio button. Towards the bottom of the list there should be something called radio group, and basically we're going to drag and drop that in there. As you can see, this is radio groups, or radio group for the most part. Then we're going to go into the XML and copy. Well, actually, we're just going to work with 3 buttons because that's going to be easier to work with. In Java, we won't have to reference as much and it won't be as boring. But basically what a radio group is it's a group of these buttons, radio buttons. And when one of these buttons is pressed, whatever other button, like for example, if I press this here, this one would become highlighted and this one would not become highlighted. Kind of got its name because like those old school radio, players, if you press like the play button and it was on the pause button would come up, or like the stop button would pop up as you hit the play button. I don't know if that made sense, but basically that's all we're going to do with the radio group. And then we're going to add also another text view called test. Now we're just going to go into the XML, and I'm going to Control Shift F for format all of it. There we go. And as you can see, 3 radio buttons are within this thing called a radio group. Now what we can do is we can set up a radio group, like set an on-check change listener, and anytime one of the buttons within the radio group is pressed, it's going to change. And as you can see, basically it's pretty much the same setup as every other thing that we've done in XML, except for this check true. That's basically saying that when we start up our application, this button's going to be checked true to start with. We're just going to delete that out of that first radio button, and now none of them are checked. So that's what we kind of want. And we're going to change this text, the first text view, to say something like Travis is ... And then we have some radio group, or I'm sorry, we're going to change the ID of this top text view. We're going to say text view question, something like that. Then let's say this radio group, we're going to say radio group RG answers, and then we're basically going to change all these radio, or we're going to change all these radio buttons as well. We're going to change this one to something like crazy, because you know, when I started these tutorials, I was going to try and make you guys think I was completely crazy. That's why I was like talking about my grandma. I was going to talk about like having cats everywhere, but I decided against that. So if you guys think I live with my grandma, I was just kind of kidding with that. But basically, that's one of the choices. We can also say super sexy, which is true, by the way. And we're also going to change this last one to both, which is probably true as well. I'm a little bit crazy. Then we're just going to say R crazy for the ID, R sexy for that ID, and then lastly both. Just getting everything set up, and then we're also going to say text view test. So that's going to be kind of a test text view for the most part, and we basically have that application set up, or basically our layout. We aren't going to worry too much about everything for the most part. And then what I want you guys to do is set up 2 new classes, and I'll probably have you guys do this by yourself, but we're going to say data. We're going to call the main one data, and then we're also going to call the second one, let's say opened class. So there we go. We have our 2 classes set up for the most part. Again, we're just going to go into our menu class, and we're going to just define one of them within here called data. Again, it has to be the exact same as class. Again, define it in the manifest, and I mean, I'll start, because this tutorial is kind of short. I'll start again just showing you guys how to set this up. You guys should know how to do this by now, but both of them are going to extend to activity. Pretty much standard activities for both of these. And import it. Actually, I probably won't even show you guys. Just again, do on create real quick. And then if you guys, basically you can set them up however you want, but you're going to want to set up all of your reference variables again. I like to do the initialize method and then just set them all up within there, but you don't have to. You can do, you know, all of your buttons within here as well. But yeah, get all those references set up over to the XML. Don't worry about our oh, hold on, actually I'm going to say set content view. Sorry, I'm kind of going spazzing out here with deciding if I want to show you guys everything or not. But we're just going to set the content view layout dot but I want you guys to get this set up properly. For our data class, we're going to set that up to, what do we call that one? Send? Yeah. Set that one to send. No, set that one to get. I'm sorry. And then set up our other class called open class to send. Just want to make sure you guys got those references set up. And then again, initialize all of your variables, get them set up in XML, or the reference bridges that we've done in the past plenty of times. Get those set up, but don't worry about the radio group for open class activity. I'll show you guys how to set that up in the next tutorial. So basically just set up everything, and then I'll see you guys in the next tutorial. Have a good one. What's up, guys? Welcome to your 46 Android tutorial for the new Boston. What we're going to do in this tutorial is I'm going to tell you about the onCheck change method, but first I wanted to make sure you guys got everything set up, because I forgot that you guys probably want your variables the same as mine. So here's for my data class. Set up 2 buttons for the start activity and then start for result, the text view, or the edit text view. Then again, for the data class, you want to use the get layout. And then I created this initialize method which initialized all those variables, set the references, set the on-click listener to this, and then I just want to show you this as well, because before I tell you guys to do the view.onClick listener and do it that way, but also you can just type onClick listener, but if you hover over, you have two different classes where the onClick listener comes from. One's from the dialog interface. You don't want that one. You want it coming from the view package. So just click on that one, and then again we just have to implement that. So there we go. We have our onClick method set up for the most part. We'll get into that later. But also the other thing I wanted you guys to change real quick is our send XML. I forgot I wanted to add one button here. So just drag and drop a button in there, let the text be return, and then the ID is button return right there. Nothing too new. You guys can, again, set that up however, but I just wanted to show you guys how I set this up. And then I go into our open class, and again, this is how I set it up. I had the two text view references, question and test, the button reference, return data, had the layout set to send, set up an initialize method again where I added those references, and just going to set up that set onClick listener real quick. And again, this class is going to implement the onClick listener. So there we go. We have the basic setup. Now what we want to do is basically reference this radio group. If we reference the radio group, we can get some information about which button was pressed. So what we're going to do is we're going to set up a global variable. Whoops. It's the menu class. Don't worry about that. So what we're going to do is we're going to say within our initialized, or you guys, if you set up your variables here, just do it in the next line. But what we're going to say is radio group that we can use within different methods. So radio group, and we're going to call this RG for radio group, or we'll say selection list, something like that. Make it a little bit more descriptive. So there we go. We have a radio group set up, and then go within your initialize method or wherever you guys are using, or whatever you guys are using for the most part. We're going to say selected or selection list, which is again a radio group. We're going to hit dot, and we're going to say set on, and then it gives you pretty much the preference that it's going to look for. Again, we could do like onClick listener, but it's better to say checked change listener, because anytime one of those radio buttons within this radio group is clicked, it's going to call this method, basically the onCheck change listener. As you guys can see here, you can see within its parameters it takes a variable type or object for the most part, onCheck change listener. So what we're going to do is we're going to implement the onCheck change listener, just like when we say set onClick listener, it takes an onClick thing within it. We can implement two classes. So that's what I kind of wanted to show you guys. And again, we're just going to say this because we're going to implement it. So how you implement two classes is you just hit comma, and then do onChecked change listener, because again, this is a class name that this set onCheck change listener is looking for. So all we got to do is hover over it and say import, and again we have two options. We want to import it from the radio group class, so select that one, and again we have to use the methods every time we implement something, so add unimplemented methods. Now when you implement something, again you have to use the method within it, and when you extend something you can use the method in it. But the thing is, you can only extend one class, so I couldn't do like another class here or something. But you can implement more than one class, so that's nice. That's kind of a difference between implementing and extending as well. So basically, when we scroll down, this is for our button that we have, that return button that we set up, and this is for a radio group. And at any time one of those radio buttons is selected, it's going to tell us what group it's from, and also basically the ID of which button was selected. So we're going to go within here because again it gives us kind of the information about the radio group that was pressed or something changed within it, It's also going to tell us which button within that radio group was pressed. So what we're going to do is set up a switching case, kind of like we do anytime we have multiple things going on. And it's pretty simple. All we're going to do is say pass in the second argument called arg1, and this is going to give us pretty much the button that's pressed, or the ID of the button. So now what our cases are going to be is just the IDs of those buttons. So we're going to say case, and then r.id. R crazy. What was our top answer? Top one was crazy. And then we're going to just set this up for the most part. Copy and paste this twice because we had two buttons. And then change this from R crazy to R sexy and R both. And Control Shift F for format. You can do that in Java as well. So again, it's giving us the ID of the button, and then if we're looking for this individual button, it's going to set that up. So there we go. We basically have our class set up for the most part. We'll break it down a little bit more in the next tutorial. So I'll catch you guys then, and hope you have a good day. What's up, guys? Welcome to your 30 or 40, let me scroll through, 47th Android tutorial. What we're going to do in this tutorial is basically start passing data by opening an activity. So we set up this unchecked change listener last tutorial. I was going to define some stuff, but basically we have no way to access this class because we haven't set up an intent and started an activity yet. So we're going to basically be done with this open class for right now. So just save that and then go into your data class right here. And what we're going to do is basically we have this all set up as well. Within this method right here where we say button start activity, this is where we're going to pass some data. So what we want to do first is set up basically a string that we're going to pass some data, because we're going to pass a string over to that other class for the most part, that open class. So we're going to set up the string within here, so it's going to be kind of a local variable, and we're going to call this string bread, which is kind of a confusing thing, but it'll kind of make sense here in a second. So what we're going to let this string equal is basically whatever our edit text has typed in. So we're going to say our edit text was called send et. So we're going to say send et dot get string, or I'm sorry, get text. It's kind of good review, and then dot toString, because it needs to be a string. So basically we set up a bread variable to equal whatever our edit text is, and then that's what we're going to send. So basically how you send stuff is you send it through a bundle. And you guys have seen bundle a few times when we've been working with data for the most part with our camera application. So we're going to set up and basically you can think of a bundle as kind of a basket. So we're going to say basket, and we're going to just say new bundle. And there we go. Now we just need to put this string variable in our this bread in our basket for the most part, because we're going on a picnic. So to do that, all we have to do is say basket dot put string, and as you can see, there's a ton of different things. If you guys are trying to, put some other type of data in there, or like a integer, you just say put int. But since we're passing a string, we're going to say put string, and you have a few different choices. We're going to use this one because we aren't working with a string array, and we aren't working with a string array list. We're working with just a string, so I guess there's only just one choice here. And basically what a key is, this is kind of the reference. This is kind of the file name for the most part, so our next activity can look for that file name. That's basically what a key is, and then our value is going to be basically what we're passing, which is going to be bread. So we're going to say bread right here, again referring to that string we set up, which will be whatever our edit text is. And now we just need to label this key, so we're going to say I don't know, I'm hungry. No, I'm just going to say, dang it, I don't know. I can't think of anything clever. We're going to say key. Is that clever enough? So there we go. We basically labeled this string file key. So when we can access that in the or basically in our next activity that starts up. So basically we've set our bread in our basket by saying put string, and we just gave that string variable a key called key, and then all we have to do is set up an intent, because we want to open an intent. We're going to call this just A, pretty basic, and then you have to import intent, maybe I already have, and as always we say new intent, but this is going to be a little bit different parameters for the most part. So instead we're going to say, basically we got to give the context, and then we got to say what class we want to open. So we're going to say basically the context of this class, which is called data. So we're going to say data.this, comma, and then we're going to say the class name that we want to open. And so we're going to say open class dot class, and basically that makes this reference a class reference. So it's just referring to the class name, and it's going to open that class for the most part. And then all we have to do is say start activity. And we're going to hit A because that's the intent we set up. So again, basically, there we go. We set up a bundle that's going to be passed through this intent for the most part. But let me just talk through this again because it might be kind of confusing. We set up a string called bread, and it's just basically going to be equal to the text of our edit text, and then convert that to a string. Then we need to set up a basket for the most part, or a bundle, and that bundle is just going to be a new bundle object, and then we can put some stuff in that basket or in that bundle if you guys want to think of it the correct way, and we're going to put a string in there. We labeled this string key. That's basically the file name that it's going to refer to, and then the value of it is equal to this bread that we set up right here, which is our edit text. Then we set up an intent, and this intent kind of holds the data of this class, and then or the context of this class, and it's going to open the class called open class. Now we have to do one other thing. Sorry, I kind of got ahead of myself here. All we have to do is set up this basket within our intent. So we're going to hit our intent, which is called A, and dot put extras. And as you can see, it takes a bundle within its parameters, so we're going to click that and then type our bundle, which is called basket. Sorry, I forgot like the most important part, so hopefully that didn't confuse you guys too much. But yeah, basically we set up our basket here, then we're setting up the context of whatever class the data is coming from, and then what class it's opening to, and then all we have to do is set up the intent and say, hey, we're putting some extras, carry this basket with you as you go, and then it's going to be like, alright, and then you're going to start that activity. Sorry if I kind of went out of order there, but hopefully you guys get the concept, because we did have put extra before, and this is just adding to the intent for the most part, which is our bundle. So the command is just put extras. I don't know, that's about all I can explain. Hopefully you guys kind of get that idea. If not, that's okay. I'll see you guys in the next tutorial where we're gonna basically open that basket and eat the bread. So have a good one. What's up guys, welcome to your 48th Android tutorial, and in this tutorial we're gonna eat some bread for the most part. So in the last tutorial, again, we basically set up this intent. This intent's carrying this basket, and within that basket it has a piece of bread, which is our string reference, and again that piece of bread is going to be called key. So if I'm like, hey, can I have that key? And you're like, what? And if you hand me a piece of bread, you know what I'm talking about. So basically we've set up everything we need to within this data class for sending data, and then we're going to open up our open class, and what we're going to do is go in within our onCreate method, and we could create a method like get data or something and then set it up within the brackets, but I'm just going to do it within our onCreate method because I don't want to confuse you guys too much. But make sure you guys are doing this before, or after you initialized all your variables, or if you had all your variables within your onCreate method, do it below those as well. So what we're going to do is basically create a new bundle, and this bundle is going to be called got basket. So let's say bundle, and then we have to import bundle. We're going to say got basket first. and then you guys will have to import the bundle. I was kind of messing around with this just now as my video is rendering from the last tutorial. So, and how we're going to set up this bundle is basically the previous tutorial, gave us some context from the last class, and we're going to reference that. We're going to reference the intent. So what we're going to do is we're going to say get intent, and this is a method, so parentheses, and basically that's going to get the intent that was passed into the class. We're going to hit dot, and we're going to say get extras, because we added extras to the intent in the last tutorial, and now we're getting those extras. So just click that, and that's what our bundle is going to be equal to. Basically it's going to get that basket for the most part. And then what we're going to do is we're going to say we're going to set up a string and we're going to set the string up above our class so it can be referenced in multiple methods. So we're going to say string, and we're going to say got bread for the most part. There we go. And then now we need to set up this got bread basically to the bread from the last class. So we're going to say basically refer to this bundle that we just set up, which is going to get the extras from that intent that's being passed in. So we're going to say got basket dot, and then you can say get string, because this is a string object, so we're looking for a string. And as you can see, it takes a key within its parameters, and so we're just going to click that. And if you guys remember, we cleverly labeled our key in the last tutorial key. So basically that's the file name that we set up for our bread variable, or bread string from the last class. So basically it's going to set this got bread variable equal to our bread variable from the last class. So hopefully you guys kind of get that concept. And then all we're going to do is set up our text view, which is basically our question text view, to this string that we just got. So here you go. This is why we had to do it below our initialize, because otherwise it won't have the reference to that text view. So we're going to set this text view equal to which is question, and we're going to say dot set text, and then we're going to label this as got bread. So now we can pass a question along through our application. I'm just going to kind of get out of here and then run it. And as it's running, I'll just talk over this again. Okay, so basically our got basket is getting the bundle, or getting the extras from the intent that's being passed into this class. And then our got bread is looking through that got basket. So, hey man, I'm hungry, I need some bread. And they're going to be like, hey, bread is called key. So if I'm like, hey, I can I have a bite of that key, and you guys hand me some bread, I know you've been watching these tutorials, because otherwise it won't make much sense. But basically this is the reference called key, and that's going to be basically our bread string. And then we're going to set up again this text view to our string variable that we just got from that intent. So let's check out, make sure it works. Again, you guys have to define this open class within the manifest as well. Then we're going to hit data, and we're going to say Jessica Alba is ... and then we're going to say start activity. We're going to get an error. Of course Jessica Alba would crash my application here. Let's see what's up real quick. If I can't find it, I'll edit the video. For the most part, it looks like this open class is having the activity, or the problem here. And I forgot to set up the radio button, basically the bridge from XML, so I'm going to set that up real quickly within the initialize method. And just kind of have to refer that. Pretty important. Radio group. Then we're going to find that by ID. So if you guys ever get discouraged and you like mess up and like something's not working properly, everyone does it. Don't worry about it. So hopefully you guys are kind of understand this data thing a little bit better than before, and we'll kind of, hopefully make sure that works. Let's change that splash to like 1 second so I don't have to listen to that again. Alright, hopefully everything works now. But alright, that's better. Data, and then we're going to say Jessica Alba is, and then start activity. Perfect. As you can see, there's our text, Jessica Alba is. So that's pretty much this tutorial. Next tutorial we'll kind of set up these radio buttons, and probably that's about it. So I'll catch you guys then, and have a good one. What's up, gangsters? Welcome to your 49th Android tutorial for the new Boston, again with me, Travis. What we're going to do in this tutorial is work within our opened class, and also our our data class as well, kind of get the basic setup for our start intent for result for the most part, or start activity for result. So what we're going to do basically first is set up a new variable, or set up these radio buttons to do something. Sorry, I was reading something on my other computer, so sorry if I was kind of sidetracked there. But what we're going to do is basically set up a string variable. So we'll call this string. We're going to set up a new variable above our class, and we're going to say send data. That's what we're going to call this. So we're going to set send data up within our switch case down here. We're going to say these are kind of the answers for the most part. Did we set up an answers? Not positive. No. Alright. So we're going to say send data, and we're going to say if it's crazy, we're going to say probably right, in quotations, copy, paste, definitely right, and both will say spot on. I don't know, I hear a lot of British people say spot on. I think that's what they're saying, I don't know, but that's what we're going to roll with. So there we go. We basically set up our new text variable. And all we're going to do is set up our text view that we set up here, I believe. Yeah, test. And that's the text view below all of our radio buttons in our radio group. We're going to do that outside of our switching case. So we're just going to say test.setText. This is just to make sure our radio button's working. And we're going to set it to our send data. So there we go. Basically, as you can see, here's our switching case, but we're still within our on-check change listener right here. So basically, it's going to go through the switching case, set this data up according to which radio button's pressed, and then it's going to break the switch statement, and it's going to call this method where it's going to change the test text. So there we go. We basically set that up, and now we're going to set up our kind of messing around as well. We're going to set up our start activity for result. So how we're going to do that is basically we're going to set up an intent, and well, first let's use the method start activity for result. We're going to say I because that's what we're going to label our intent. And now all we have to do is basically start our activity for a result, and we also have to set 0 as well. This is just kind of a default value that the start activity for result takes in. As we used in the previous tutorial, I believe we set up a variable and we set that variable equal to 0. Basically, just you can also use 0. It's just kind of a default, no biggie. And then we're going to set up an intent, obviously. So we're going to call this intent I. We're going to set it equal to basically, again, the same way we set up our last activity for the most part. So we're going to say, or yeah, our last tutorial I believe it was. So we're going to say intent I equals new intent. I'm just going to copy this line here. And again, it gives it the context of this class and what class it wants to open. So it kind of has a reference. And then anytime we use this start activity for result, we need to import that method basically on activity result. So I'm just going to right click again, go to source, override implement methods, and this comes from our activity class. So we're going to say on activity result right here. Again, it takes in 2 integers and an intent. I'll break this down more as we use this method, but basically we've set this method up now. And that's pretty much the end of the tutorial. Again, I'm just going to make sure those radio buttons work. And there we go. Again, I'll explain that a little bit more in the next tutorial when we work with the actual passing the data and getting the result data. But we're going to go through the start activity for now. And as you can see, this test changes with each click of the radio button, and it's pretty amazing for the most part. So I'll catch you guys in the next tutorial. Have a good one. Peace. What's up, guys? Welcome to your 50th Android tutorial for the new Boston. Again with me, Travis. What we're going to do in this tutorial is basically set up this start activity for result button. If they click that, it's going to give us some input from the next class for the most part. So what we're going to do is basically go into our open class because excuse me, go into this open class and we're going to set up this onClick method because, again, this is for a return button. When a return button is pressed, we're basically going to send the data back, and then we're going to close the application. So again, every time we pass like data and such between classes, just think of that basket, that bread, and that person carrying the basket for the most part, which would be the intent. So what we need to do is set up an intent. We're just going to call this intent I or person, because a person can carry stuff between two activities. It just makes it a little bit easier to think about. And we're going to call it intent or new intent, basically setting up to be a new intent object. And then we're going to say bundle as well. We're going to call this backpack. Again, new bundle. Nothing too new here. And then all we need to do is basically set up what information we want to pass through, which will be our string. And again, whenever this onClick, or whenever one of these radio buttons changes, it's going to change the string variable to our answer for the most part. So that's a string that we're going to pass. We're going to say button or a backpack. And we need to put the string in there, so we're going to say dot put string. And then we have to set up a key, and we're going to call this answer or something like that. And also our value, which is our set data. There we go. So there's our key reference, which again is kind of our file name, kind of. You can think of it like that, and this is the actual value or what that file holds for the most part. Then the only other thing we need to do is basically the person carry the backpack now. So we're going to say person, which is our intent, dot put extras. Takes a bundle, and we're going to call our bundle is called backpack. And there we go. Pretty much the same thing we've done before, but we're going to add two different things. Since we're starting this activity for a result, we need to give the result back for the most part, and you do that by a command called set result. Within here, it's going to take two things within its parameters. Basically, one is going to be like, hey, everything checked out, everything's good, and then the other one is going to be our intent that we're going to pass back to the previous class. So we're going to say results underscore OK, all cap locks, and that's basically going to tell our program that everything's okay. And then we're going to say our intent variable, which is person. And as you can see, this results okay turned blue because that's not something we define. That's just kind of a standard way to say operation succeeded. Again, you saw that when we did that camera application for the most part. Then the only other thing we're going to do on this button is finish this activity. Again, we've used the finish method before as well. So now when our button's pressed, it's going to set up our person, our backpack, put a string in the backpack, and then give the backpack to the person to carry back to the previous class, and that's what the set result method does. Excuse me, I just drank a ton of pop, so like my throat's kind of has all that sugar in it and stuff. So now basically this application will work, but the problem is when we hit that start activity for result button in the previous class, it's gonna basically give us an error because right on our onCreate method we have that other bundle that we set up from the previous tutorial. So we're gonna comment out those 3 lines, and I kind of, it's poor planning because because it's going to give us errors either one way or the other, whether depending on which button we press. Now the only other thing we need to do is set up the stuff within the onActivityResult under our data class, and this is going to be basically the same as what we did for our camera application, but we're just going to say if result code, which again is something that we're getting passed back, and this is actually, if I go back into the open class activity, if I hover over here, you can see the first int says result code, the second int is our data, and that's basically what the same result. And as you can see when we go into our data class, that's some of the information we get back. We get a request code, a result code, which is what we just set up, our string OK, or result OK to equal, and we also set up the data, which was the intent from the other class. So we're going to say if result code, referring to this integer variable that's getting passed in, we're going to say if that's equal to result underscore OK, basically saying, yeah, did the operation check out, is everything alright? If it is, then we're going to do whatever is within this method. So that's basically what that result code was used for the most part. And then under here we're going to go within these brackets, our if statement. This is where we're going to just say kind of get the basket. So we're going to say bundle basket equals data. Again, the data is the intent from the class that just closed that we just set up. It's going to give us that information. We're going to say data get extras, again referring to the bundle that data is passing over. So it's basically opening up the basket and getting, or opening up the backpack and getting our, our string and all that good, or opening up our, basically giving the backpack to us for the most part. And then what we're going to do, sorry if that's confusing, we're going to say set up a new string variable, call it s, and we're going to say basket dot get string, and then we just have to reference our key, which was answer that we set up. And then we're just going to set our text view. Our text view variable is called got answer, and we're just going to set that equal, or set the text to that. So set text to our new string variable that we just set up within this class called s. This is capital S as well. And I mean, basically our application's done. Oh, okay, and also, I'm sorry, I wasn't thinking. Basically, the reason why this is giving us an error is because what we're doing is we're setting this int, this result int, equal to this. We don't want to do that. We want to check if it's equal. So you do that by hitting two equal signs. And that's going to say, hey, is this equal to this? Opposed to, hey, assign this value to a result code. So two equals, and then we'll get rid of that error. I don't know what I was thinking, just kind of went over that real quick. And then basically our application's done for the most part. Hopefully you guys kind of understand how data is working. Again, this application's poorly constructed because, as I'll show you real quick with our emulator, and again, you guys, you have to comment under our open class activity, comment out where we set up that bundle, because if we start activity for result, it's going to give us a problem and crash our program when it's trying to set up this bundle and say get extras, even though we didn't send any extras into this class. So that's why you have to comment out those within the onCreate method. And then we're going to go into our data, and now what we're going to do again is we're just going to say start activity for result. It's going to open it up. We're going to say super sexy, hit return. Again, it's going to put everything in the backpack, give us the answer, and set it up within this class. So hopefully that makes sense for the most part. Again, I poorly constructed this application, so for the most part. So again, this application is poorly constructed because if we started activity, now it won't pass the data into this class, but now our start activity for result will work. And again, you can comment out those lines. So yeah, it's kind of a poor example, but hopefully you guys understand about sharing data between two classes with an intent, a bundle, and then basically whatever you're passing, for example a string. So thanks again for watching, guys, and I'll catch you in the next tutorial.